being Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem led by l'honorable député d'Ottawa.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Leeds and Grenville is looking ahead to the day when the economy has improved. On June 12th, there will be a one-day economic summit in North Grenville that is the kickoff to a series of meetings that will continue through next fall. Initiated by myself and Bob Runciman, our provincial member,
Good man.
The event will be hosted by the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville Economic Development Department in cooperation with the three Community Futures Development Corporations and the separated municipalities in Leeds and Grenville. By this time next year, every sector of the economy in Leeds and Grenville will have a good look into the future. Each will have defined their obstacles to growth, their opportunities for growth, and developed a plan to move forward.
Leadership.
I wish to take this opportunity to welcome those in Leeds and Grenville who support and will attend the June 12th summit, and I look forward to working with them on this cooperative venture.
Bravo.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the opportunity to attend the Mississauga City Summit of 200 business, labour, government and not-for-profit community leaders. 4 task forces were established on waterfront redevelopment and environmental sustainability, human and social services, post-secondary education, and finally the creation of a Centre of Excellence for Diversity and Immigration. David Suzuki was the evening's keynote speaker. Over 1,000 people convened to listen to the launch of the city's strategic plan and discuss the issues that are critical and that affect the sustainable economic development of Mississauga, Canada's 6th and Ontario's 3rd largest city. Economic development which has been hindered by critical infrastructure funding which has not been released by this government. The summit was an excellent example of civic society engaging together to improve their community. In this time of economic downturn, we need to encourage more communities to engage in this type of societal collaboration. I want to congratulate the co-chairs for their initiative and also thank Mayor Hazel McCallion for her involvement and all of the volunteers and sponsors that made the event the tremendous success that it was. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, this week the Canadian Jewish Congress will be celebrating its 90 years. This organization, which is the official spokes-organization for the Jewish community, had its first meeting in 1919. After being inactive for a time, the rise of anti-Semitism in Canada and in Europe in the 30s convinced the community to make the CJC a permanent organization in 1934. Samuel Bronfman, a Montreal philanthropist, became president. Since then, the Congress has played a very important role in the defense of the interests of the Jewish community in Quebec and in Canada. It works with other groups on matters related to the defense of religious and cultural minorities and in defending human rights. For example, the Congress was pleased with the recent ruling of a Montreal court condemning the crimes against humanity committed in 1994 in Rwanda. The 29th plenary will be a highlight of this 90th anniversary. The Bloc Québécois congratulates warmly this organization for its commitment.
Mr. Speaker, today I salute all those who helped bring to fruition
important legislation that cracks down on tobacco marketing aimed at young people. I thank all those involved, especially the women who saw the devastating impact of tobacco on health and the importance of acting to save lives. Women like Cynthia Callard at Physicians for a Smoke-Free Canada, who prodded us all for years to eliminate the marketing of fruit and candy-flavoured products and convinced me to introduce a private member's bill. Young women like Youth Public Health Specialist Angela McKercher-Mortimer, who with the Eastern Ontario Youth Coalition helped coordinate the packages on your desk today. Women like Jennifer McGibbon, who was a key organizer with Northwestern Youth Alliance for Youth Action Alliance in their Flavors Gone campaign, and who continues to press for the inclusion of flavoured chew in this bill. And women like our federal health minister, who made this a government bill and who's committed to shepherd bills 32 through Parliament. Together, we absolutely refuse to let sinister packaging and deceptive flavourings turn today's youth into tomorrow's death statistics.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Jewish Congress will be celebrating its 90th anniversary at its plenary assembly in Toronto this Sunday, May 31st. The CJC was founded after the upheaval of the First World War to represent the interests of the Canadian Jewish community and to help send overseas aid to help the desperate situation faced by Jews in Eastern Europe at the time. Since its inception, the CJC has pursued its aim of defense, advocacy, and representation on behalf of the Canadian Jewish community, as well as Holocaust remembrance and restitution and support for Jewish communities around the world. The CJC speaks out against injustices, no matter where they occur, understanding that the obligations of history demand no less. So I encourage all members to join me in wishing the Canadian Jewish Congress a happy 90th anniversary and a productive and successful 29th plenary assembly. I say to the CJC, Yasher Koach, may you go from strength to strength.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to salute the Canadian Jewish Congress on the historic occasion of its 90th anniversary. The CJC is one of Canada's oldest, most distinguished and pioneering NGOs that pioneered in the early organization, integration, and representation of the Jewish immigrant community, that led the way in Holocaust remembrance and the struggle against hatred, anti-Semitism, and discrimination of any kind, that has been at the forefront of the struggle for human rights in general and minority rights in particular, including landmark contributions to the struggle for Soviet Jewry and Syrian Jews, that made a major contribution to the development of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the struggle against impunity. As a former president of the Canadian Jewish Congress and as an MP engaged on these issues, I say on behalf of my colleagues and on behalf of the Liberal Party, Yasher Koach, may you go from strength to strength. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Politics and sport share a long history of mutual comparison, but perhaps no sport closer resembles the reality of this House than the game of rugby. Like this House, rugby includes strong sides and weak sides, fronts and backs, the occasional mauling, and of course, frequent offsides. Like rugby, scrums are a frequent occurrence on the Hill, so it seems fitting that today at 6 p.m. there will be a scrum of a different kind, when the Ottawa Irish meet the Forces Rugby on Parliament Hill lawn for a charity match to raise money for the Military Families Fund. The exhibition will feature former Canadian champion Rod Snow, an honourable member for Central Nova, suiting up for the military squad. And the Ottawa Irish will feature former Canadian team great Al Sharon. I hope all honourable members will join me today on the front lawn, rain or shine, to support Canada's military families.
All right.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon there will be a vote at second reading on a bill which would offer a tax credit of $8,000 to graduates settling in the regions. This bill, which was at the last stage of study by the Senate during the last Parliament, got the support of a majority of parliamentarians. Unfortunately, the election triggered by the Conservative government stopped this bill making its way through the various stages. I think that we should go forward with this measure. I would ask members in this House, and in particular the two Conservative members from the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean who know what this means, to support this bill. These are policies that would stop the exodus of young people and would favor retaining qualified labor in the regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the final day in the year-long extension of the Burmese Nobel laureate, honorary Canadian citizen, and pro-democracy leader Aung San Suu Kyi's 5-year prison sentence. Today should have marked the first day of her renewed freedom. However, Burma's ruling junta have manufactured new charges on the eve of her release. Canada renews its calls upon General Tan Sua to unconditionally release Aung San Suu Kyi. The Burmese junta's repressive policies have led to untold death and misery and created refugee crises in the neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, Canada strongly condemns the Burmese junta on the violation of basic human rights of the Burmese people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party and their leader continue to show they have no clue how to help Canadian families during this economic downturn. The Conservative leader said recently that he is not going to bring in another budget, quote, until we need to raise taxes. We thank the Conservative leader for his honesty, finally. Now we know the Conservatives want to hike taxes on Canadian families during a global recession. We also know they increased income taxes during their first budget, and they put a devastating new tax on income trusts. The Conservatives and their leaders seem to like taking money out of Canadians' pockets. Would the Conservative leaders stand in the House and come clean with Canadians finally? Which taxes will the Conservatives raise? By how much will they raise them? And who would be forced to pay these new taxes?
Order. The honourable member for Bruce, Ray, Owen Sound. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have become a single-issue party. The issue is taxes. They want them higher. They want more of them. Their leader is the father of the carbon tax. He has also made only one policy commitment. Taxes will rise under the Liberals. In these tough economic times, that's not what Canadians need. We need the stable and focused leadership that only this government can provide. While this government is standing up for hard-working Canadian families, the Liberals want to make it tougher for Canadians to take care of their families. The Liberals are clear. They want more taxes and higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, that is just plain wrong. I know it's wrong. The people of Bruce Grey Owen Sound know it's wrong. This government knows it is wrong. And Mr. Speaker, all Canadians certainly know it is wrong. It is only the Liberal leader that hasn't figured that part out yet.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. Order.
Speaker, on May 31st, the Canadian Jewish Congress will celebrate its 90th anniversary at its National Assembly in Toronto. Since its inception in 1919, the Canadian Jewish Congress has represented the Jewish community on issues including anti-Semitism, racism, Holocaust remembrance, and support for Jewish communities in need in this country and around the world. On behalf of the New Democratic Party, I'm proud to recognize and pay tribute to the Canadian Jewish Congress and to praise its role as a human rights organization concerned with the social justice and rights of all Canadians and the promotion of the values of our Charter and rights and freedoms at home and abroad. And so, Mr. Speaker, the NDP wishes the Canadian Jewish Congress a happy 90th anniversary and a productive and successful 29th National Assembly. I say to the CJC, Yasher Kosh, may you go from strength to strength.
The honourable member for Lacbinière, Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers don't really know the Liberal leader. The only thing that they can be certain of is that he wants to increase taxes. It's well and good to criticize when you have nothing better to offer than tax hikes. For every problem, the Liberal leader has a solution: taxes. He said so himself. There's nothing he will shrink from, not even what Canadians hate: taxes. And who will the Liberal leader target? Victims of the recession, people in need, people in the Forster region? I think Canadians are asking legitimate questions the Liberals have no answers. The pretentious attitude of the Liberal Party towards Quebec is back in Ottawa, and we urge Canadians and Quebecers to watch for the Liberal Party's real intentions: power at any cost, and it would cost in tax hikes, among other things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, after announcing the transfer of certain activities from Quebec to Ontario, ArcelorMittal announced the construction of a beam mill in Contrecoeur. 2 years later, the union members believe that it's now time that the business meet its commitments. So they've begun a vast mobilization to save the Quebec steel industry. What will the government do, given that it has remained insensitive to the problems that have plagued the Quebec manufacturing industry for years? They should act on the recommendation of the Bloc Québécois and create a $4 billion fund in order to offer a refundable tax credit to businesses such as ArcelorMittal, who have had a drop in production, have delayed making expected investments, and this would give them an incentive to do so immediately. They could modernize their facilities and benefit from the economic recovery. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister of Revenue was asked if the Conservatives would increase taxes, and he didn't want to answer. He refuses to ask questions about his hidden tax agenda, and he usually has an answer to everything. It would be quite embarrassing if he were to talk about it, because he knows he would be roundly criticized throughout the country. Will the Conservatives increase taxes? Who will suffer? Small businesses, the weakest, the unemployed, the disadvantaged? The minister should stand in his place and tell all Canadians who will be hit by his tax hikes. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are once again showing their true nature.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, our government economic action plan is delivering real results for Canadians. They have asked for leadership from their federal government, and that's what we are providing. At this critical time, when families need it most, we are reducing taxes on Canadians, creating jobs, and helping Canadians that are hardest hit by the global recession. Canadians will benefit from an additional $20 billion in personal income tax relief. Those who have lost their jobs are now eligible for 5 additional weeks of unemployment insurance. Canadians are benefiting from investing in skills and transitions, in facilities, and finding jobs in the new economy. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader has said, we will have to raise taxes. This is an irresponsible tax hike policy. It's not what Canadians need during this recession. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party should stand up in the House today and come clean with Canadians and tell them which taxes he will raise, by how much will he raise these taxes, and who will be forced to pay these taxes.
À l'ordre, oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Good day. Mr. Speaker, in September, the government said there'd be no recession. In October, no deficits. In November, they promised a surplus. But in January, they brought down a $34 billion deficit. Yesterday, it ballooned to $50 billion. All this in a breathtaking 6 months. And still the money hasn't got out the door. This is incompetence on a historic scale. How can the Prime Minister or any other Canadian still have confidence in the Minister of Finance?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Speaker, over the last few months, we're all aware that the deficit, the financial situations have deteriorated in all countries due to the recession. Fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that our deficits in Canada are a third to a quarter the size of the deficits in the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan. Mr. Speaker, these deficits are affordable. What we are doing is we are borrowing money at historically low interest rates to help unemployed people, to build infrastructure. That is what we should be doing and what we will continue to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the issue here is the credibility of the Government of Canada and the credibility of this Minister of Finance. Just 5 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, the Minister of Finance said, and I quote, "I'm comfortable with our projections. We're on track." On track to where? The largest deficit in Canadian history. Canadians just cannot trust this government with their money. Will the Prime Minister fire this Minister of Finance?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, what's at issue here is the credibility of the Leader of the Opposition, who has been here week after week demanding not just that the government spend more, but that it spend more permanently, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, he tries to come and pretend he's concerned about the deficit. Mr. Speaker, I can't fire the Leader of the Opposition, and with all the tapes I've got on him, I don't want to.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor. Order.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, he can't fire me. It is the Minister of Finance who needs to be fired. Yesterday, the deficit went up to $50 billion. It's the largest deficit in our history. And this is never-before-seen incompetence. When will the Prime Minister fire his Minister of Finance? The Honourable. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order. Mr. Speaker, when unemployment and the recession are in this situation, the government and this Minister of Finance are spending more on infrastructure to help communities, to help the unemployed, Mr. Speaker. That is the right policy, and we intend to continue with this policy.
Honourable member for order. The Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, in his last budget, the Finance Minister projected a $34 billion deficit. And he said the money must be flowing within 120 days. Well, today's that day. And where do we stand? The deficit has mushroomed to more than $50 billion. And according to media headlines, quote, lots of announcements but little money. How can the Prime Minister have confidence in his $50 billion man, a finance minister who has clearly lost the confidence of Canadians?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians have lost confidence in are the Liberals, where they say, in one side, they say, spend more money. Spend more money. And on the other hand, they say, don't run a deficit and don't increase the deficit. This from a member from Markham Unionville who doesn't even know what kind of car he drives.
Member for Markham Unionville. Order.
That is the voice of failure, Mr. Speaker.
November, the Minister of Finance refused to see that the economy was having difficulty. He said there would be a surplus. 6 months later, he has created the largest deficit in the history of Canada. Clearly, he is incompetent. Does the Prime Minister not think that it's important for Canadians to have confidence in their Minister of Finance? If so, why is he not? Why is he rather keeping him Minister? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order, please.
Confidence in the Liberals where they say this would be the largest deficit in Canadian history, when it's not. The deficits in the 1980s and 1990s, as members opposite should know, if they were living in the country at the time, approached 6% of GDP. That's what was going on in the 80s
80s and 90s in this country, this deficit is more in the neighborhood of 3% of GDP. The deficit is affordable. It's necessary for Canada. We're doing the right things now when Canadians need these things done.
Order. The honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Order. Mr. Speaker, before the last election campaign, the Prime Minister continued to deny the existence of the crisis. Then he even presented an ideological announcement with regard to the crisis, said there would be a surplus. Then the finance minister talked about a $34 billion deficit, and now yesterday we heard it would be $50 billion. There are 1.6 million unemployed, and many of them are not benefiting from benefits. Are they not incompetent in not seeing the crisis coming, or did they not want to hide what was happening? Agreed to spend and to create a deficit in order to stimulate our economies. Mr. Speaker, we are spending more because the recession is more difficult for the unemployed. That is why we have a bigger deficit, because we're spending more in order to help the communities and the unemployed, and we will continue to do so. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc voted against those benefits for these communities and the unemployed. The honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, I know that in October I was in an election campaign against this Prime Minister, and he's told all Canadians and Quebecers that there was no crisis. He said that during the debates. That is what the Prime Minister said. He denied the reality of the situation. And the measures that they adopted in their budget with the support of the Liberals are insufficient ones. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to present real measures that would really help the unemployed, companies, and which would stimulate the economy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has said that we are spending more, and that we are spending more for the unemployed, for communities, for infrastructure. It is essential, it is necessary for Canada, and it is affordable during this time of recession. And what is unexplainable is that the Bloc is asking this kind of thing and is voting against these initiatives for the communities. The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the deficit of $50 billion is the result of the failure of the Conservatives' economic plan, which receives the support of the Liberals, but it's false that the government is spending more. The problem is that the government's plan is failing. They're refusing to act now to get through the crisis, and this is a clear recipe for disaster. Will the Prime Minister look things in the face and accept the situation and do something to stimulate the economy? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The Economic Action Plan is in place. Money is flowing. Access to credit is increasing. The bond market is functioning well. Credit markets are functioning better. All of this as a result of the Economic Action Plan, which we brought in the earliest budget in Canadian history. It is true that the recession is deeper than anticipated. It is true that we are spending billions of dollars more on unemployment, on people in need of benefits to help cushion the impact of the recession. Mr. Speaker, we think that's the right thing to do for Canadians.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the means to act, and the Prime Minister said so earlier that our debt is the lowest of the G7. Despite this, the economic plan, the pseudo-economic plan, is one of the weakest of the industrialized countries. The government has the means and the duty to act. What is the government waiting for to meet the needs of workers and industries suffering? By putting in place a second stimulus package that would correspond to the needs of the unemployed, the companies, and the Bloc Québécois. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we have probably the largest stimulus package in the G7. The IMF confirmed that. This is in cooperation with the provinces and the territories, who are doing even more than we asked them to do. So we have in this country all of the governments of this country cooperating in order to stimulate the Canadian economy. I don't quite understand the member opposite when he says spend more, since he voted against the initial stimulus package.
Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the year, the Minister of Finance confirmed yesterday that his deficit will beat Brian Mulroney's record. In fact, the Conservative government is beating all the records of bad economic performances. By making bad choices, the Liberals and the Conservatives have contributed to a structural deficit. Does the Prime Minister realize that the decisions he made yesterday are contributing to the damage being caused today? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, Canada's deficit compared to the other countries such as the United States, the UK and Japan, their deficits are 3 or 4 times higher than our deficit. Our deficit is affordable. We are doing this in order to help communities and workers. I do not understand why the New Democratic Party is voting against these measures that will help Canadians in these difficult times.
The reckless tax cuts to the big profitable banks and the oil corporations that were brought in by the government and, in fact, by the Paul Martin and the Liberals prior, have left us without the financial capacity to respond when Canadians need us the most. And now we have the biggest deficit in Canadian history. The chief economist of the Toronto Dominion Bank, Don Drummond, says that the decisions over the past 10 years have created this structural problem. And the fact is they've simultaneously created the biggest deficit since Mulroney, and at the same time they have thousands of unemployed people who can't get help. Won't he finally admit that he got it wrong?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all of the factors contributing to the deficit, including to the rise of the deficit, are short-term factors, Mr. Speaker. They're not long-term factors, they are short-term factors. Rising payments to the unemployed because of the things we are doing to help unemployed people in this country, rising payments to communities, to the auto sector. Mr. Speaker, we're also experiencing lower tax revenues, including lower corporate tax revenues, not because of corporate tax cuts, but because they're not making profits, Mr. Speaker. But it shouldn't worry the leader of the NDP, because when he was in the coalition, he was all for corporate tax cuts anyway.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Order. The Honourable member for Toronto Danforth has the floor. Order.
Speaker, even the banks who got the corporate tax cuts agree that those tax cuts have caused a structural deficit situation in this country. Now, you'd think with such a big deficit, the Prime Minister might be able to point to some results. But the truth is we have another confirmation today that the infrastructure money is just a bunch of announcements. It isn't making it out the door. Right. In fact, even federal projects in the exclusive federal jurisdiction to the tune of $462 million have not been approved. Bridges and railway projects and harbors. The money's not flowing. When are you going to get it out the door?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP demands the government do deficit spending one day. The next day he says we shouldn't. One day, Mr. Speaker, he's for corporate tax cuts. The next day he isn't. One day he's demanding we bring in improvements to employment, insurance and infrastructure. And when we do that, Mr. Speaker, he votes against it and says we're spending too much money. Mr. Speaker, there was a day where the NDP used to stand for something. Now it's just against everything.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine.
In my own province of Quebec, thousands of aerospace workers have lost their job in this economic crisis that Conservative finance minister has so badly managed. And what does he offer to these unemployed workers? The biggest deficit in Canadian history and no better access to employment insurance. How does that Conservative finance minister have any credibility with these unemployed workers today?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, this is just more Liberal hypocrisy. They had no ideas coming up to the budget. We asked them for their ideas for the Economic Action Plan. We got nothing. And the only idea we've heard since the budget, since the Economic Action Plan, is a plan to raise taxes for Canadians, which is the last thing that should happen in the middle of a recession.
Member for Notre Dame de Grasse-Machine.
Mr. Speaker, there speaks the voice of failure. Partout au Québec,
Throughout Quebec, paper mills and sawmills are having to send thousands of workers home. The Minister of Finance has just created the largest deficit in the history of Canada, and he hasn't found a single red cent to help those workers. What credibility does this Minister of Finance have with forestry workers who don't have a job, who don't have EI today? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The member opposite, Mr. Speaker, is saying, I think, spend more money to help people who are losing their jobs and help them retrain. That's exactly what we did in Canada's Economic Action Plan. Billions of dollars being spent in the budget to support people who need retraining, who need opportunities to re-enter the workforce. And even more than that, since the budget, given the depth of the recession, billions more going out to help people who are losing their jobs. Isn't that what the member wants?
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not inspired by...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Wascana has the floor. We'll have to have some order. He's about to ask a question. Someone's going to want to respond and has to be able to hear it. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not inspired by a Conservative government that's so consistently dead wrong. Wrong about the recession, wrong about a fictitious surplus, wrong about no deficit in November, even more wrong about the deficit in January, wrong by 48% at least. Worse still, these Conservatives are wrong about the jobs they promised to Canadians. Wrong by 540,000. And many victims can't get employment insurance. So we've got $50 billion in red ink, no new jobs, and no better access to EI. Why?
Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, as Canadians know, we're in the midst of a global recession. It is a deeper recession than anticipated. Fortunately, as the IMF confirmed on Friday in their report on Canada, Canada entered the recession in the strongest position of any country in the G7. And Canada will exit the recession in a strong position because of the steps we've taken in Canada's Economic Action Plan. Canadians know this. Canadians know that we're better off than other countries. Canadians know that our financial system is solid. So is our fiscal situation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, that's the man who created a deficit before the recession. This morning, the Minister of National Revenue, the Conservative tax collector, was asked specifically to rule out tax increases by this government. He would not do it. Asked to be unequivocal on taxes, his confused answer was, quote, "We're not there." In other words, not unequivocal. Remember when Conservatives promised never to tax income trusts? That promise was broken. They stabbed 2.5 million innocent Canadians in the back. So how can Conservatives be believed on the deficit or taxes or anything else that involves trust?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, the only idea I've heard from the Liberals since the budget is their idea that taxes need to be raised. That's from the Leader of the Opposition. But there's another idea today. The finance critic opposite says there might be certain measures that the Conservatives are doing that we would think would not be worth doing, things that we think are not necessary. So the question is, what would the Liberals cut? The home renovation tax credit, infrastructure investments, employment insurance benefits, investments in agriculture, health care funding, like you did in the 1990s, to the provinces, to the sick, to the elderly, to students and children.
Order, please.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr.
Order. Order. L'Honorable
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois has the floor. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada has estimated at 1.5 million the number of jobless people in Canada. Over 600 80,000 people who are receiving EI. That means 10.6% unemployment. We are dealing with a problem of eligibility because only half of people are eligible who need it. If we change the threshold to 360 hours, this would help everyone. How come the minister cannot understand this? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Bloc Québécois is continuing to be unreasonable. They talk about the size of the deficit, but their measures that they propose are always out of line. They accuse us of not acting to help workers. We have added 5 weeks to employment insurance. We have provided 18 additional weeks for work sharing, and we have additionally added millions of dollars to enable people to obtain training over a 2-year period. They voted against these measures. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, after the economy, now we have EI that is the subject of disinformation. As we know, 360 hours as a threshold would help, but they are giving us false information. What is the minister waiting for before reforming EI to really help workers? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our measure to increase by 5 additional weeks EI benefits is helpful. What does it mean? It means that if you need the EI, you have 5 extra weeks. 400,000 people are estimated as being eligible to benefit. They want 2 extra weeks. We have given 5. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is continuing its repressive approach to crime by introducing legislation that would have photos and fingerprints taken of everyone arrested, even if charges are not laid. How can the minister reconcile this repressive approach with the measures in the Canadian and Quebec Charter? The Honourable Minister.
One thing that Canadians know that they can count on from this government is to stand up for the rights of victims, is to stand up for the rights of law-abiding citizens, to take the criminal justice situation in this country seriously, and to do what it takes to protect Canadian society.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, we want transparency from the federal government. They are putting a poison pill into a bill that was overall acceptable to the opposition. Will the Justice Minister withdraw this proposal from his bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Introduced a very important piece of legislation that is this government's latest step in tackling crime. It includes the right of police to fingerprint a person that has been arrested for a serious indictable offense such as murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault. If the Honourable Member has a problem with that, I encourage him to explain it to his constituents.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
36 days ago, Mr. Speaker, on April the 21st, 2009, the Minister of Finance said this: "I'm comfortable with our projections. I'm staying with our budget projection. We're on track." That was 36 days ago. I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance a very simple question. Do we believe the Minister of Finance who spoke on April the 21st, 2009? Or are we to believe the Minister of Finance who speaks today about a budget deficit which is completely different? What is the answer to that simple question, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thank the Honourable Member for the question, particularly since I know he's an expert on deficits from his time in Ontario. The plain fact, Mr. Speaker, is that the The world economic recession is deeper than anticipated. Fortunately, Canada entered the recession in a strong position because of strong fiscal policies. We paid off almost $40 billion worth of debt in the first 3 years of this government. That puts Canada, as Canadians know, in the best position to weather the storm.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, having dined out on me for 15 years, the minister will perhaps understand why some of us want to have one simple meal with respect to what he has done and what he has said. Mr. Speaker, the simple fact of the matter is that 36 days ago, you said, I'm comfortable with our projections. I'm staying with our budget projection. We're on track. Mr. Speaker, that's what the Minister of Finance said. I'm staying with our budget projection, and we're on track. How could he have got it so wrong just 36 days ago, Mr. Speaker? How could he have got it so
wrong? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
What is the member opposite opposed to, Mr. Speaker? Is he opposed to Canada taking the necessary measures to help our country get through the recession? Is he...
The Minister of Finance has the floor. There seems to be excessive noise on every which side. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Order. Order.
It appears that the bellowing of the member for Wascana is contagious, Mr. Speaker, to the safety. It's
on the Toronto Centre.
Yes, in Toronto Centre, yes. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, what is the member against? Is he against additional employment insurance benefits being paid? They're being paid in the billions. That, of course, increases the deficit. But that's a good thing to do. That's what Canadians need right now. It's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. Similarly, in the auto sector, it's the right thing to do. And is the member against us helping the auto?
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, fishermen in Atlantic Canada to forestry workers in British Columbia, Canadians through no fault of their own are losing their jobs and they're not eligible for EI. 3 weeks ago, the finance minister said that he was willing to work with opposition parties to fix EI and stimulate the economy. Those suggestions were totally dismissed by the Prime Minister. So obviously, the Prime Minister has no confidence in his finance minister. My question is simple. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and replace the finance minister?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Speaker, we've added billions of dollars to the EI program, but what we won't do is what the Liberal Party proposes to do, and that's to increase taxes, to increase payroll taxes by putting a premium hike. They took the 360 plan, stole the NDP plan, and they said this in a news release when they were referring to the plan. This will result in an employment insurance premium hike, and we won't do that, Mr. Speaker. We will invest money to help Canadians. We'll surely get through this, but we won't do what they propose, that is increase taxes.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a question for the Minister of Finance. Yesterday, he said that the deficit would be $50 billion or more. How much more? The question here is, we can't believe the minister on the previous estimate. Why should we believe him on this number? And since we can't believe either number, will he do the decent thing and resign?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Let me be absolutely clear once again. Canada is responding to a global recession from a position of fiscal strength. Our debts are low, our deficits are manageable and affordable and compared to other countries. That deficit has gone up because the recession is deeper. If the recession gets deeper, we will do more to help the unemployed and to help people. The hypocrisy of the leader of the Liberal Party is breathtaking. He cannot decry a deficit when he comes here and demand spending not just this year but permanently.
The Honourable for Calgary North East.
Mr. Speaker, while our conservative government has a real plan for the economy that includes lower taxes,
That's right.
the Liberal leader has only one idea. What is it? Complaints that Canadians aren't paying enough taxes. Discredited tax and spend and tax against liberalism. Let me quote the Liberal leader. We'll have to raise taxes. My question is, what taxes, how much, when? The sky is the limit, Mr. Speaker. Can the government please inform the House what IMF said just last week about our economic leadership? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Order.
I thank the member for Calgary Northeast for the question, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal leader boasts that he, and I'm quoting, he says, not going to take a GST hike off the table. On the contrary, we're lowering taxes, Mr. Speaker. We're keeping them low. As the International Monetary Fund said last week, they said the January 2009 fiscal package was appropriately large, timely, well-diversified, and structured for maximum effectiveness. The IMF observed that this commitment to prudence, along with a strong track record of budgetary responsibility, underpinned Canada's.
The Honourable
Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board will bring out its annual report. We already know that they lost $24 billion, an all-time record. What Canadians really want to know is what kinds of bonuses the directors intend to pay themselves this year. Last year, even though there were losses at that time, they had the nerve to pay themselves $11 million in bonuses. Will the finance minister stand up for once in his life and say no to this theft of workers' savings? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I have the power to do that, as the member opposite should know. The CPPIB, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, is separate from the political process. The provinces and the Government of Canada, as finance ministers, we work together. We arrange to appoint a board. But the board and the management operate the investments and conduct the business of the Canada Pension Plan. It's been a very successful plan over the years, and I think most Canadians would prefer that politicians, including the member for Wascana, keep his hands out of the till.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, he was with all of the provincial finance ministers this week. That's not an excuse. Tomorrow, the CPP Investment Board will be releasing their annual report. In a press release last week, they already announced their unprecedented losses of $24 billion. The same release also makes it clear that despite those record losses, and despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of Canadians have lost their jobs, they have every intention of paying themselves bonuses again this year. Mr. Speaker, we have one question. Precisely how much do they have to lose before they stop them from paying themselves bonuses?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I was with all of the provincial and territorial finance ministers earlier this week. We spent more than a day together. We conducted the triennial review of the Canada Pension Plan. We unanimously supported the work that has been done by the plan on behalf of Canadians and reaffirmed our intention not to politically interfere with the Canada Pension Plan.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' culture cuts are still causing a lot of problems. The Ballet Canadien are going to the Orient, but they are lacking $500,000. The head of the Grand Ballet Canadien has criticized the measures to cut. The Egyptian companies have more funding than we do. This is unacceptable. End of quote. Will the Conservative government finally restore the funding to the programs that have been cut? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that Le Grand Ballet will be going on its Middle Eastern tour. Our government is very supportive of Le Grand Ballet Canadien. Mr. Speaker, how supportive, you ask? That's a great question, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you asked me that. In fact, this year alone, Le Grand Ballet will receive $1.5 million from the endowment fund alone. That's more than 3 times what they received under the Liberal Party. That's how much this party's getting. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. They're also getting $1.2 million from the Canada Council for the Arts this year and next. That's more because we're putting more money into the Canada Council for the Arts. And the Bloc, they don't care about the arts.
The honourable member for Rome, Missisquoi. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, Stéphane Lemartelet is a celebrated artist from my riding. He has been invited to provide his services during the Quebec Arts Week this summer, but Canadian Heritage has told him that there are no programs open to him. Will the minister admit that his programs do not meet the needs of artists? Will he support these exceptional artists and stop doing nothing to help them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's an honour to get up on this file. You know what won't help artists in Quebec? The Bloc stimulus plan. It's not going to help them at all. Because you can flip through this, Mr. Speaker, and there's nothing in here on support for arts and culture. But you know where there was a lot in support for arts and culture? This government's economic action plan, Mr. Speaker. Record funding for the arts and culture. And the Bloc voted against it, Mr. Speaker. They can explain that to Quebecers when they try and explain this. Thank you.
Honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Fisher Kevin Nash is getting the lowest price in 20 years for his lobster cash. He can't break even. In Quebec, throughout Atlantic Canada, the story is the same. Yet, at the same time, these fishers are watching the minister mismanage the finances of Canada. A lot of these people will soon be out of work without qualifying for employment insurance. Can this Minister of Finance explain to those struggling Canadians why he shouldn't be out of work as well?
Right on. Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to supporting fishers, our government is there. We have provided access to credit to many fishers and many fishing businesses over the last 6 months. We've established the Community Adjustment Fund, which allowed us to invest $10 million in lobster marketing for Eastern Canada. We supported the development of a lobster council. We've doubled the budget for small craft harbors, Mr. Speaker, and we're spending record amounts of money upgrading our Coast Guard fleet, which assists the fishing industry, Mr. Speaker. And we are the same government that provided $750,000.
The honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
A lot of these announcements are for tomorrow's monies. They don't help for today. This government can tell us all they want. They'll deliver money for marketing of lobsters, for example, just like they told us we wouldn't have a deficit. But on this side of the House, we want to hear, and Canadians need to hear, Mr. Speaker, what this government is going to do. Will they give us a new Minister of Finance, one who actually cares about Canadians and is competent enough to deliver?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to explain for the honourable member the relationship between supply and demand and why it was so important to invest in marketing money for the lobster industry. Advertising impacts the buying behavior of people. The buying behavior of people affects demand, and increased demand brings an increased price, Mr. Speaker. So that's why we've invested in the lobster industry.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, this morning after days of talks, we saw the minister do everything in his power to capitulate to U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Napolitano. The minister is trying to make surrendering our sovereignty sound like a success. He is helping to facilitate the militarization and thickening of the Canada-U.S. border by agreeing to gunboats, Black Hawk helicopters, drone planes, fences, and spy planes. Can the minister explain why he is giving up our sovereignty and damaging our tourism and our trade?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the member opposite just can't understand that we have a great relationship with our partners to the south. It has grown since this party took power. It doesn't matter which party is in power in the United States. Today's meeting between our minister and the Homeland Security Minister or Secretary was a great meeting to build those bridges across our country and theirs. I don't know what he could find wrong with it.
We're getting it done.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, let's go from southern sovereignty to northern sovereignty. The government boasts about promoting Arctic sovereignty, yet they haven't appointed anyone to the Canadian Polar Commission, the lead agency on the Arctic. The Commission promotes knowledge of the polar regions, enhances Canada's international profile, and recommends policy direction. It has had no board, no chair, get this, Mr. Speaker, since October 2008. The ad campaign promoting the Arctic in Europe is kind of hard to take seriously when they haven't been able to actually appoint people to the board that is leading Canada's promotion. So will the minister simply explain why the lack of leadership and where are the members of the board and where the heck is the chair?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Where the leadership is on the north. The leadership on the north is on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to talk about, Mr. Speaker, that we've announced in the budget and already allocated $85 million for science research projects. Mr. Speaker, we've announced $200 million for housing projects in the north. We've announced, Mr. Speaker, the permanent research station in the north. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with our northern partners, Mr. Speaker, because we believe on this side of the House the northern sovereignty is not negotiable, and Mr. Speaker, we take it seriously like all Canadians will.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In these challenging economic times, it's even more important than ever to open new doors for Canadian businesses. That's why our Conservative government has been busy negotiating new free trade agreements, like our agreement with Colombia, which is currently before this House. Can the Minister of International Trade please explain to the House why our agreement with Colombia is so important to the prosperity of both countries?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we presently have about $1.3 billion in two-way trade with Colombia, but that can increase with a free trade agreement. That would mean more production here in Canada, more investment. The bottom line is more jobs. Colombia has made significant strides ahead in human rights. Our agreement binds them to the International Labour Organization, to all of those standards. That's unlike other agreements they've signed with other countries. And Mr. Speaker, if we don't get that agreement, other countries that have signed agreements with Colombia, they will have a competitive edge in their products. The foreign minister from Colombia will be here this week. I invite members opposite to engage with him on those issues. We've got some great opportunity here to see progress for Colombia and for Canada with this free trade agreement.
That will conclude the question period for today. Order. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Order. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, on a point of order. And I'd like to be able to hear him. Order, please. Order. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord has a point of order. Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, my point of order has to do with Standing Order 10. And this Standing Order 10 says at the beginning that the Speaker maintain order and decorum and make decisions on questions of decorum. Mr. Speaker, considering the fact that time is something that cannot be changed, and considering the fact that our standing orders provide for the question period taking place Monday to Friday from 2 to 3, and given that the quota for the number of questions that goes to each party is agreed upon following the results of the last general election, and that it should reflect the representation of each party here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, because of the standing ovations which we witnessed, we, the members in this House, and the people listening us and watching us on television, I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that because of these standing ovations coming specifically, and Mr. Speaker, I'm weighing my words, I'm weighing my words, and I assert, because we counted the number of standing ovations that we witnessed today coming from the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party. Because of the number of these standing ovations, and because, given the fact that time is something that can't be changed, this has as a direct result of depriving the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, both yesterday and today, from putting questions that had been negotiated under our quota rules, quotas based on the last election. Now, I'm going to talk to you about the number of standing ovations today. The Conservative Party had 6 standing ovations, the Liberal Party 4 standing ovations, the Bloc Québécois no standing ovation, and the NDP no standing ovation, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that both the Liberals and the Conservatives can make fun of my intervention, but Mr. Speaker, you're supposed to maintain decorum, and if you don't make a decision immediately about these standing ovations, which have as an effect to deprive us of our democratic rights, let me tell you that the next question period, there will be standing ovations from the part of the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that this situation has been mentioned on various occasions at the weekly meetings of House leaders and whips. And there has been no improvement. And if the Liberals and the Conservatives think that this enhances our work as members of Parliament, they are absolutely wrong. Let them go to their ridings and ask if their constituents agree with them acting like clowns. Mr. Speaker, they're just a bunch of clowns. Mr. Speaker, I have a remedy to suggest. If a party makes use of standing ovations, you have the discretionary powers under the standing orders you can take questions away from the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party so that we will have our quota of questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bon, à l'ordre. Order.
Order.
Leader, on the same point, I presume.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to use up too much time of the House since it's all of a sudden it's such a big concern to my colleague across the way. But I merely want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that you have a very difficult job. All of us recognize that, in trying to maintain decorum, especially, it seems, on Wednesdays and especially during question period. I would point out to my colleague across the way that there are other things that happen in question period that delay a question period, delay the natural unfolding of the questions and the answers by the government, in addition to standing ovations that he seems to be so incensed about. And I hope his heart is all right today, because he certainly was very worked up, Mr. Speaker. I'd hate to see anything bad happen there. But I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that in your decision that the clock had run out, Mr. Speaker, we noticed that all four political parties were impacted equally by that. That each of us had one single question with no supplementary left in the agreed upon lineup. And Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that everybody was impacted that way. But I would point out to my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois that when there's a lot of hollering and heckling, when individuals resort to unparliamentary language, and that creates a huge furor in the chamber, it makes it extremely difficult for you to manage question period, and it always results in delays, similar with standing ovations. So I merely point out that there are other reasons that make it difficult for you to maintain control than standing ovations. And I would hope that from time to time they would want to show support for their leader and for others in their caucus.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst, on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I support my colleague, the Bloc member. Mr. Speaker, given our schedule and given the hour we have for question period, we have 45 minutes to ask questions, 35 questions to ask a question, 25, I think, to answer. If the government party, the opposition, and the opposition party are making standing ovations, if they decided to have fun doing this, well, we lose our democratic right in this House to ask questions. We lost time. We lost questions yesterday, and we did so today, and I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague, the House Leader, if he agrees with this, if he believes in democracy and the fact that the opposition has the right to ask the government questions, because otherwise it's just a tactic to prevent us from asking questions. We want to ask questions, and we want the answers from the government. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest, because you're going to be making a decision, I suggest you call for a meeting among the House leaders and party whips and decide that if things like this happen in the House of Commons, that you do something. You can either skip a question from one party and give it to another party. But at least we have questions we want to ask the government. We have the right to do so. We want answers, and we don't want anyone to take them from us. The honourable member for Outremont, on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, quickly on the same point of order, the person that just spoke on behalf of the Conservatives tried to mislead you, because what the Bloc Québécois whip said was exact. The Bloc and the NDP were deprived of asking questions. You are meant to apply the rules that we decided on for ourselves. And the questions are based on the result of the last election. And because of the conduct of Liberals and Conservatives, who are acting like circus seals, we've been deprived of our democratic right, and we want you to intervene. The Honourable Member for Bourassa on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, ridicule doesn't kill, and I would ask the member for Outremont and the clowns across the way, I'd like them to know that we were elected to come here. We don't want to hear conspiracy theories. Just because they don't ask the right questions, not our fault. But we're also acting in accordance with democratic tradition. So the Speaker has heard the various points of view on this point of order. There is nothing in the standing orders having to do with that says that every question and answer should be 35 seconds. There is only a standing order that the question period itself lasts 45 minutes. The order of questions is not in our standing orders. It's something that's agreed on in the House. The list is presented to the chair, or to the Speaker rather, after the parties in this House come to an agreement.
The makeup of the House, the size of the parties in the House, and so on. I was not party to those discussions. Those were settled by the parties themselves. And it's been that way since before I was elected Speaker for the first time in 2001. And so this is not a new procedure as far as I'm concerned. When I was a student, there was no order prescribed. The Speaker chose who got to ask the questions from whichever party, and he enforced whatever time limit he felt was reasonable. That was taken away by agreement among the parties in the House, not by changes in the rules, but by agreement. We have that agreement today. If the
Honourable Bloc Whip does not like the agreed-to order, then he'll have to renegotiate with his colleagues. It is not up to me to determine it.
Have been set by the House leaders themselves. They agreed on this list, and I am only following the list that's there. I agree. If time gets taken up, we can lose questions at the end. But sometimes we get extra. And I'm not told to cut it off when we get to a certain point. I'm told to continue until the 45 minutes are gone. So yesterday we lost 4 questions on what I'd call the normal list. Today we lost 4 questions on what I'd call the normal list. And there was one from each of the 4 parties in those 4 questions. So
I am not here to determine who lost a question and who didn't lose a question. I have the list in front of me. I followed the list that was given to me by the parties here in the House. It is not my choice. I did not decide who would get to ask a question or not.
With applause, I would be all in favor of eliminating applause, whether it's standing or not. But it's not my choice. Members do it, and unfortunately, I usually use the time to announce the name of the next person who's going to speak. But sometimes it takes longer than that. But I encourage honourable members to maintain order in the House during question period. We get through more questions if that's what members want. We'd get through more questions if the questions were shorter and the answers were shorter. But it seems that most members prefer to use most of the 35 seconds that are allotted for the purpose. I'm not being critical of this. I'm simply stating, I think, what is obvious. So I'd suggest that if honourable members feel that some change is needed in this list, they have a chat at the House Leaders or Whips meeting, which will happen again next Tuesday, I'm sure. And if they make a change to the list, of course, as your humble servant, I will follow the changes dictated to me by the House Leaders in that respect. Order. The Honourable
Member for The Honourable NDP Whip has another point of order.
I hope you're not happy of the behaviour of the members in the House of Commons today.
It was very loud. Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Production of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association, OSCE, regarding the election observation mission of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Moldova, April 2nd to 7th, 2009. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two reports today. Mr. Speaker, the first, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the visit of the Science and Technology Committee and the Economics and Security Committee Subcommittee on East-West Economic Cooperation and Convergence held in Vilnius, Lithuania, November 5th to 6th, 2008. And the second, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the 70th Rose-Ross Seminar held in Bosnia and Herzegovina, March 19th to 21st, 2009.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefitte-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie concerning its participation in the seminar of the United Nations Development Programme and the meeting of the Political Committee of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie on April 9th, 8th and 9th.
Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union concerning its participation at the meeting of the Steering Committee of the 12 Plus Group in London, United Kingdom, 7th March 2008. I have three reports, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to that standing order, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union concerning its participation at the meeting of the Steering Committee of the 12 Plus Group in United Kingdom of 15th September 2008. And I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union concerning its participation at the meeting of the Steering Committee of the 12 Plus Group in London, United Kingdom, 2nd March 2009. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on International Trade on Bill C-24, an act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru.
Good job.
The Agreement on Environment between Canada and the Republic of Peru, and the Agreement on Labour Cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Peru with amendment.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present this afternoon in both official languages the following reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 11th report on Chapter 1, a study of federal transfers to provinces and territories, of the December 2008 report of the Auditor General of Canada, and, Mr. Speaker, our 12th report, that's on Chapter 5, Surveillance of Infectious Diseases, Public Health Agency of Canada, of the May 2008 report of the Auditor General of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. In accordance with its order of reference of Thursday, February 26, 2009, the committee has considered Vote 15, the Chief Electoral Officer under the Privy Council, and the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2010, and reports the same. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Mr. Sims, seconded by Mr. Russell, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Pension Plan, Deductions, Disabled Child. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you mentioned, and of course, as we all know, the Canada Pension Plan being one of the great pillars of this nation for many decades right now. And what this attempts to do, this private member's bill, is to build in just a little bit of compassion for those who take the time out of the workforce to look after a disabled child. And it does allow for the calculation of the contributor's average monthly pensionable earnings for the deduction of months in which a contributor remained at home in order to care for that particular disabled child. It is an honor to present this on behalf of the constituents of Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Thank you.
Mr. Sims, seconded by Mr. Russell, moves that the bill be now read a first time and reprinted. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of this bill.
Second time, à la prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
By Mr. Davis, Vancouver, Kingsway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Citizenship Act, Persons Born Abroad. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce my private member's bill, an act to amend the citizenship for persons born abroad, seconded by a member from Vancouver Kingsway. The purpose of the bill is to restore equality for all Canadians. On April 17th this year, some very young internationally adopted children suddenly became lesser Canadians. On that same day, some children born abroad will be stripped of their right to inherit their Canadian parents' citizenship. Mr. Speaker, it is not fair to create two levels of citizenship. It is not fair to strip away the right of parents to pass down their Canadian citizenship to their children. We know that millions of Canadians work abroad. Some work for Canadian corporations, some teach at schools and universities, others work for United Nations and humanitarian organizations such as UNICEF and Doctors Without Borders. By enacting this legislation, the government will treat citizenship as a manner that reflects and promotes Canadian economic, social, intellectual, and humanitarian engagement with the world.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Davis, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Projet de loi émanant des députés.
For introduction of private members' bills.
Bills. Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown, seconded by Mr. Sims, moves that Bill S-210, an act respecting World Autism Awareness Day, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in the House today to sponsor the private member's bill, an act respecting World Autism Awareness Day, which was introduced in the Senate by the Honourable Senator Jim Munson. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, the United Nations General Assembly recognized the second day of April in every year as World Autism Awareness Day, with 1 in every 165 Canadian families now being affected by autism spectrum disorder. I believe now it is imperative and timely that the federal government follow the United Nations and declare April 2nd as World Autism Awareness Day in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my honourable colleagues in the House to support this very important bill. Thank you.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
Ce projet de loi sera
Shall this bill be read a second time?
the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
I rise today to table a petition on behalf of some 50 constituents of the riding of Mount Royal who seek to bring to the attention of this House the continued gross violations of human rights in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a country that has been witness to the world's deadliest conflict since World War II, where some 5 million have died in the last 12 years alone in what has been called Africa's World War. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are rightly alarmed by the war crimes and crimes against humanity targeting the innocent, by the massive acts of rape, sexual violence, pillaging, forced labor, and summary executions perpetrated on a daily basis, by the repressive measures inflicted by an increasingly dictatorial regime. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the government to take a leading diplomatic role in implementing international resolutions to put an end to the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo and to respect existing peace accords, to support the creation of an international criminal tribunal to put an end to the culture of impunity and bring the perpetrators of these crimes to justice, and to organize an international conference in Canada on the situation in the Congo. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to be indifferent bystanders. Silence is not an option. The massive violations of human rights require immediate action on behalf of Canada and on behalf of the international community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bramalea Gore Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present this petition on behalf of my constituents who feel the changes made to their mail service is creating safety concern for residents. The petitioners believe their door-to-door mail delivery should be reinstated as the community mailboxes create more litter and pose a safety concern for residents. The undersigned residents feel they are being treated unfairly and are not given adequate notice. Therefore, they are calling on Canada Post to reinstate their door-to-door mail delivery. Thank you.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for... No, it's not rising on petitions. Okay. Petitions? The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I realize I'm in the corner here, and sometimes it's not easy to see us from that angle. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present in both official languages petitions calling upon the Canadian government. These petitioners, numbering well over 200, Etobicoke, Scarborough, Richmond Hill, Aurora, Mississauga, Brampton, Pickering, Ajax, Cambridge, Waterloo, Guelph, Windsor, Amherstburg, Leamington, Red Deer, Alberta, Marysville, BC, Kimberley, BC, call upon the Canadian government to move expeditiously to draw their attention that many countries around the world have energy market monitoring agencies and have an energy superpower like Canada needs such an agency. They call upon the Canadian government to recognize the serious impact that high energy prices, including gasoline, fuel prices, are having on the economy. They are citing a lack of competition and transparency in the energy industry, and they believe this to be the detriment of all Canadians. They wish the Canadian government will acknowledge this, reinstate the Office of Petroleum Price Information, that they will also ensure that there's hearings that are conducted to ensure that the serious matters brought to the attention of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and that, of course, they eliminate the monopolistic efficiencies, defence, abuses provision of the Competition Act. Mr. Speaker, I have a further petition signed by 250 Canadians. These petitioners also call upon the Canadian government on a very different matter to recognize once and for all, Mr. Speaker, the importance, the primacy of human life, and that life begins from conception to natural death. These petitioners right across the country, numbers over 250, and that in terms of the whereases, they call upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, if question number Q120 could be made an order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it agreed that question Q120 be made an order for return? Agreed. And so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And so ordered. Avis de motion portant production de documents.
Notices of motion for production of papers.
House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered. The Chair has notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. I will hear the Honourable Member now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that honourable members are well aware that there is a humanitarian crisis unfolding in Sri Lanka at this very moment. In fact, we took note, and more than that, of the crisis in Sri Lanka back in February when the conflict was at the full height and an emergency debate was held at that time. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit to you that we need to have an emergency debate again about the unfolding situation in Sri Lanka because the way in which the conflict has come to an end and the current circumstances of over 250,000 people who have been relegated to internally displaced persons camps is grave indeed. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you've been following, as we have, and as the Tamil community here in Canada, which numbers a very considerable number of tens of thousands of people, many of whom have families in this very region, have been following what's been going on. As we know, the United Nations Secretary General has attended the area and came back visibly shocked by what he saw, and the humanitarian crisis that was unfolding, I know, touched him very, very deeply. In addition, we now have the human rights experts at the United Nations at the highest level indicating that profound problems need to be examined. But I think the urgency that we're facing right now, Mr. Speaker, is that literally every day in these camps, people are dying due to the conditions. And Canada has failed to take the strong diplomatic action to insist that the government of Sri Lanka open these camps to international observation, make sure that aid is fully available, and make sure that medical care that is needed by people in order to literally save lives day by day is made available. Open up the camps to international journalists so that the world can know what the truth of the matter is. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Parliament must debate this issue as a matter of urgency today so that we can raise the issues that I've outlined here, so that we can discuss the need for immediate action. It's not very often in the history of this place that one is faced with a circumstance where as many as 250,000 people have been shepherded into camps which are not being run the way internally displaced camps should be run, which is by the United Nations, by the international community. We have a responsibility here as citizens to stand up for and with those that are suffering under these circumstances. It's a matter of urgency because lives are being lost as we speak. Monsieur le Président, la communauté. Mr.
Speaker, the Tamil community has talked about great concern. I met with community leaders. They have members of their very own families who are in those camps. And these camps are not being managed the way they should be in the international context with the responsibility to protect those who are suffering in such cases. I hope and I expect you to say that we will be able to, in fact, have an emergency debate on this crisis, this humanitarian crisis that is now unfolding in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for considering this request.
Chair thanks the honourable member for Toronto Danforth for his submissions on this point. I
know that there was an emergency debate on this issue a few weeks ago when the problem was that the two armies were in conflict in Sri Lanka. We did that.
That the request the honourable member is making meets the exigencies of the standing order at this time. Yes, there could be a further humanitarian crisis, I agree. I'm not satisfied at the moment that a debate in this House would be helpful on the point in terms of the standing order, and therefore I'm not allowing it at this time, but I stress that it's at this time, and I'm sure the honourable member will make another request later if circumstances change or something becomes more pressing on the issue. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-20, Nuclear Compensation Act.
The débat, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Speaker, could you confirm for me how much time I have left? I began last evening.
15 minutes. Sorry, I thought the honourable member was just starting. My board wasn't reading anything else, so I thought he was going to go for a full 20, but I understand there are 15 minutes left in the time remaining for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I should take advantage of the opportunity to take the full 20, but of course that probably wouldn't have worked out in any event. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was speaking, of course, on this bill, C-20, which involves the Nuclear Liability Act, which is a bill that's been before the House before. It was studied essentially the same bill in the previous Parliament, and now it's back before us. And one of the things that I was saying yesterday, among others, is that one of the concerns I have about the situation with this is the role of the minister in reviewing the liability limit every 5 years. Now, the idea that needs to be reviewed is valid, but my concern really stems from the lack of a coherent nuclear energy policy from this government. And it raises the question of how will they deal with the question of liability when they can't competently manage this file. We've not seen competent management. If we look at the history of what we've been seeing over the past year and a half, with the closure of Chalk River, with the decision of the government to try to scapegoat the nuclear regulator and blame Linda Keane for the problems which, as we can see now, clearly were not simply a problem with the regulator, but there was a fundamental problem at Chalk River, which we're going to, I'm sure, hear more about in the coming days. And there are concerns, indeed, about the future of the Atomic Energy Company of Canada Limited and the lack of leadership or direction from this government in that regard. And we're all anxious to have direction and see where the government wants to go. But recently, we've seen media reports where a professor, I think from the University of Calgary, actually asked if AECL was about to follow the path of the Avro Arrow and be sold away from Canada with the loss of many scientists and so forth. And of course, this professor detailed the history of neglect for the nuclear sector under this government over the past 3 years. The fact is that internationally, over 200 nuclear plants are in fact planned, involving billions of dollars, thousands of jobs, an industry which Canada has been a true leader internationally. We all know that the lack of this value this neoconservative government puts on science. It seems to me at times that they really don't believe in empirical evidence, but only in anecdotal evidence. They don't believe in science, so to speak. In fact, one of my colleagues suggested the other day that Barney the dinosaur should be the official Conservative Party mascot. Now, mind you, they probably wouldn't like that. They want him to wear blue instead of purple because it's too close to red, I suppose. But I digress, Madam Speaker. There is clearly a serious lack of clarity by the Conservatives when it comes to the question of AECL's privatization. They won't tell us, Madam Speaker, if it's on the garage sale list with the CN Tower, for example. And the budget documents this year muddied the waters further when they made reference to some obscure partnership. And I quote, "The minister is reviewing AECL's structure involving private sector participation in the commercial operations of the corporation." Now, we don't know what that means. And it is distressing to know that since last August, the minister has had on her desk a report from National Bank done on the future of AECL, which has not been publicly released, even though the government has had since last August to review it. And of course, she's had, since she became a minister in November, to review it. Still not made public. We still have no idea where they're going with AECL. And one wonders why she's sat on the report since August. It raises the question of what she's hiding, of what the government is hiding in this regard. And is the government going to accept a recommendation to privatize more than 51% of AECL's design and service departments, for example? Or what is it going to do? Would the ministers sell AECL to France? Or would it go to Canadian interests? What are they going to do? And what is the value of AECL during a period of recession? I mean, that's the problem with this theory of the governments of having a garage sale, of selling major government assets worth billions and billions of dollars at a time when their prices obviously are reduced by the recession. I mean, we all see across the country how the prices of things are down. Not enough things, perhaps, in some cases for families, but the fact of the matter is for items like government-owned buildings, for major items these days like that, clearly the price you can get, the dollars you can get for those sales are dramatically reduced. So it makes it a terrible time, a very unwise time to be unloading, so to speak, those kinds of things through a garage sale. And AECL would be another example. So there's lots of questions about AECL's future and no answers. There's also the issue of the government's lack of support for AECL's bid to build nuclear plants in Ontario. Clearly, Ontario is going the route of building more nuclear plants. It's making a choice about who the builder is going to be, and AECL is one of the bidders. Well, many industry observers see this question of where the government stands as critical to the future success of AECL, and they consider this question of whether it wins this bid as critical as well. But the government appears to have abandoned AECL on this front. And unlike, Madam Speaker, unlike the Conservative government, Canadians do understand the value of a Canadian nuclear industry. A recent survey of attitudes, in fact, towards nuclear power found that 75% of Canadians are, quote, not comfortable with the presence of non-Canadian nuclear plant manufacturers and plant operators in Canada, unquote. The study also found that the contribution to the local economy and the use of Canadian technology are rated most important for nuclear projects by Canadians. And you can see why, because you can imagine how many jobs this involves in Canada, how many scientists, how many of our top minds are engaged in the work of AECL. And as that professor from Calgary noted in a recent media story, in these reports, when the Diefenbaker government killed the Arrow project in 1959, the result was the demise of a unique Canadian high-tech invention, an innovative process where Canadian minds were very much engaged. And it forced thousands of world-class scientists and engineers to leave this country. Well, this, Madam Speaker, is the same kind of issue where the government is talking about the possibility of giving it away or not supporting it and allowing it to fail. So hopefully we're not about to witness a repeat of the Arrow. But with the Conservative government's neglect and incompetence of this sector, the Canadians are understandably worried. It's not surprising that there are serious questions being raised about the future of CANDU reactors and the fate of the thousands of dedicated scientists and engineers that work for AECL, and about what this government intends to do about the production and supply of medical isotopes. It's hard to tell, Madam Speaker. There seems to be no clarity, there seems to be no plan from this government. And you would think that when there was the shutdown of Chalk River, of the NRU as it's called in Chalk River, in December of 2006, that the government would have started then to produce a plan to replace Chalk River, to come up with some other way to produce medical isotopes. And there's no evidence. There's no apparent evidence of efforts being made by this government to produce a plan and to move forward with solving that problem. What was their answer? It was to blame Linda Keane. Scapegoating, not responsibility. It's like we see so often in question period. All kinds of, whatever questions we ask, it seems they want to go back to more than 3 years ago when the Liberals were in power and blame the Liberals for everything and not take any responsibility for the fact that they're now the government. You'd think they were still in opposition, that they haven't really made the transition. They haven't adjusted to the fact that they're the government. They've been there for 3 years. It's time to be responsible. It's time to take responsibility for the job they have to do, their duty to Canadians, to take action and take responsibility on a matter like this, on a matter like dealing with medical isotopes that is so important to Canadians. You know, there's been at least 3 radioactive leaks at the Chalk River site in the past few months, and now we have, of course, the indefinite shutdown of the laboratory there. The fact that the government still doesn't have a plan to ensure our isotope supply, the security of that supply, is shocking. I mean, Canadians of course, were exposed to the situation in 2007, so it's no wonder, after all this period and not seeing any action, that they don't trust this Conservative government. The Conservative government, their answer, of course, in 2007 wasn't to find a long-term solution to secure the supply of medical isotopes. Instead of that, it was to fire the nuclear safety regulator for doing her job. And I think it's even more clear now that she was doing her job. And they did it. They even did it in the middle of the night. Not even in broad daylight, amazingly. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Canadian Medical Association representatives were on the Hill, as you may be aware, and I spoke with a few of them, including a nuclear medicine doctor from Halifax, Dr. Andrew Ross, who's an outstanding physician and researcher. And he told me that the nuclear medical community is was very worried at the time, of course, about the isotope supply. And obviously, that was before this shutdown and before the current crisis. He said at the time that one major incident with the closure would create a crisis. We had the situation already where the reactor in the Netherlands, which is a major producer of isotopes, was shut down over a long period, and I gather it's now back up. But Canada was supplying over half of the world's isotope needs, and the closure of Chalk River was going to cause a crisis regardless. So that's been a very big concern for the CMA.
Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would just like to ask about the relevance of my honourable colleague's remarks. This is an important piece of legislation. He's dealing with all aspects of the nuclear industry, and this legislation is about nuclear liability, and I was wondering as to the relevance of his remarks.
I thank the member for his comments, and I trust I will give the honourable member from Halifax some latitude in coming to the point of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, clearly, this bill is about nuclear liability, and I'm certainly talking about the nuclear industry. I think the points I've been making are very relevant to the debate before the House, and it's important that we consider these issues. And so, when you talk about the crisis situation we're in, it's clear that the government has no plan whatsoever to deal with it. And I guess they just look for another scapegoat to blame for their incompetence. So you can see why Canadians have a lack of trust in this government and why the opposition has them on probation. But with respect to Bill C-20, while we support the principles of the legislation, I think it's important that we hear from witnesses in committee on important issues like concerns industry may have about how this bill will impact the competitiveness of the nuclear industry, the level of the support for this bill within industry. It's important to assess that, whether or not this is the right liability limit. And Madam Speaker, I very much look forward to the future study of Bill C-20 with an eye to improving the legislation where it's needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I have to apologize to my colleague for Halifax. I did not hear the first part of his speech, but I was not clear whether he and his party, the Liberal Party, agree on the idea that there should be an increase in the number of nuclear reactors. We talk about protecting people against the problems that could be caused by a problem in a reactor. Do you think that there should be an increase in the number? Madam Speaker, the question by my honourable colleague surprises me a great deal. I think that he is aware of the fact that decisions regarding electricity production comes under provincial jurisdiction. It is a provincial responsibility. And when we think about the comments from the Bloc since their founding, they are always insisting on protection for provincial jurisdiction against federal interference and the rights of the provinces and so on. So this is very surprising. It is a provincial decision. For example, in Ontario, a decision has been made to continue to build nuclear plants. I think that the federal government and Parliament ensure that there is a good regulatory system to deal with that situation.
The comments, the honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments on C-20, this bill about limiting liability in the case of a nuclear accident, something that needs modernization, but I have a concern or a curiosity about one of the points that he raised in terms of the Liberal Party's concern with this bill, and that's about whether this is the right amount of liability to apply to an industry like the nuclear industry. And again, for Canadians to follow this, this is in the event of an accident, that a cap is placed on the amount of compensation that can be paid out to individuals or communities. So my question is simply this, that he's expressed concerns about whether the limit of $650 million is the right limit. And we've seen a number of nuclear accidents that have happened over the years, relatively small ones, not talking about Chernobyl, but relatively small ones, have gone through $1 billion or more in compensation with a start, and that the Americans have a $10 billion pool, the Japanese and the Europeans have unlimited liability in their nuclear facilities in terms of compensation. Canada's putting $650 million. So here's my question, is if he is concerned about the level of liability that's placed in this bill, is he aware that it cannot be amended from all the advice that we've received at the committee stage, that if the Liberal Party are going to vote for this bill on second reading and put it to committee, they are also, in fact, endorsing and voting for the liability level that's set out in the bill. And he must be comfortable with that liability level. And that's something I hope my colleague will be clear about with us today, that if he is comfortable with that, then great. Then that's his choice and that's his party's decision. But can't raise concerns about it not being enough money and then saying, well, maybe we'll fix it later. This can't be fixed later. It either is this amount or it is not. And so I'd like perhaps a clarity or a clarification on what my colleague has expressed as a concern so far.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his question. However, I trust that he has, in fact, read the bill. It makes me wonder whether he has, because if he has, he knows that the current limit is one of only $75 million. And the bill proposes to increase it to $650 million, nearly tenfold, Madam Speaker. It's a dramatic increase in the liability limit, and I'm surprised that he doesn't make any acknowledgement of that fact. Now, the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that we will have the opportunity at committee, if the bill goes to committee, if it passes second reading, to hear witnesses and experts on this question of the liability level. I think he's familiar with the parliamentary process. He knows that there are votes at committee. There's votes at report stage. There are votes at third reading. There's the Senate as well, of course, then deals with the bill. So there are many opportunities as the bill goes forward to make decisions in regard to what makes sense and what doesn't, and whether it makes sense to go forward or to ask the government to start over again. My impression, Madam Speaker, is that the bill this is a good level, but I'm certainly interested to hear what we will hear at committee.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Madam Speaker, thank you. I have a question for the honourable member.
So I just want to hear his comment in terms of how he regards the limited liability affecting competitiveness, because we see the job that the present nuclear or AECL has been doing, and the fact that we've been reliant on only one, and I wouldn't have a problem with it being competitive. So I'd like to know what the member would think, how the limited liability would affect the competitiveness, because in the end, if you have third parties opening up these nuclear sites, would probably be the government that would be responsible for liability. So would it affect competitiveness? Would it be more open or would it be restrictive?
L'honorable député de Halifax West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
the question of competitiveness, Madam Speaker, because if you in fact set a limit so high that an operator of a nuclear facility is unable to obtain insurance, then they're not able to operate. And they're not going to be, you're certainly not going to see the kinds of the new nuclear plants that, for instance, the government of Ontario wishes to build. And I think we've even seen in the province of Saskatchewan that government has indicated an interest. And we've even seen NDP governments in some places these days expressing an interest in having nuclear plants because they've made the decision in their own judgment that with the concern these days about climate change being at the top of the environmental agenda, that being the major problem we face environmentally in the world, that relative to other kinds of sources of energy, they've decided they prefer nuclear energy. But it is important that if you're going to have nuclear production in this country, that you ensure that, for instance, AECL or other operators can exist, can operate them, can manage to have the insurance they require. We heard a moment ago about the U.S. System, which is a very different one, in a case where you have a much larger industry, much larger companies, and many more reactors than we have in Canada. They can manage to have a different kind of system in the U.S. And it seems to me that the system that's proposed here, where it's a vast increase in the limit, is one that suits Canada better. But as I've said, I certainly look forward to hearing witnesses on this before the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? There's time for another short question. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Quite short, in fact. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear that this member are concerned that the Americans are looking to perhaps purchase the atomic energy at Chalk River, the nuclear plants. They are certainly interested in purchasing significant sections of Canada's nuclear industry. But under the existing Liability Act, because $75 million is way below the international standards, they are held liable using the American standard, which is $10 billion. If this bill passed with only $650 million as the liability, it will enable these American companies to pick up Canadian nuclear industry because they then would not have to face the $10 billion liability possibility. So how is passing this act keep and secure our nuclear industry? Wouldn't it say to the American industry, come on in and...
I'll have to ask, give the Honourable Member a few seconds to respond, so 35 seconds for a response.
Very short, Madam Speaker, but thank you. I thank my colleague from Trinity Spadina for the question. She indicated that I had said something about being concerned about Americans buying these. I don't remember saying the word Americans at all during my speech or making any reference to them. I am concerned about the fact that the government is looking at selling assets, whether it be their buildings, whether it be ACL and others, at fire sale prices. In this situation, we should be very concerned about that. But in terms of the comparison between the U.S. system and ours, again, the U.S. system is very different. We should hear witnesses about ours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-20 because we in the Bloc Québécois feel that this is an absolutely necessary bill, that we must increase the prior amount to increase it, because the last amount was established in 1976. But first of all, I'd like to respond to the member for West Halifax, who thought earlier that I didn't know what jurisdiction nuclear power stations fell within. That was not my question, Madam Speaker. I wanted to know whether or not the Liberal Party, I wanted to know what they thought, because this government is supposed to be spending $4 billion in research and development, Now, this doesn't mean that the federal government is going to build power stations. It's going to... It just wants them. It wants other people's to put forward projects, so it's not really the same thing. And the Liberals as well, they don't seem to know where they're going. So, Madam Speaker, I'll get back to my subject. Bill C-20 is meant to establish a liability regime applicable in the event of a nuclear incident. So they want responsibility to be absolute and exclusive in establishing a nuclear power station. Now, there's a company that owns the power station. Is there such a company that will be entirely liable? Because the least nuclear accident can cost hundreds of millions. It can go as far as billions of dollars. So there's that. And if I recall correctly, C-20 used to be C-5, and in committee we were able to talk to insurance companies, to hear witnesses from insurance companies, and we know that normally these people are a little bit wary of getting into this sort of thing. Now, it was 150 million at a time. They might have gone as far as agreeing that it should be 650 million or a billion, but they couldn't go further. So we can't really compare the Canadian system with our very few nuclear power stations with what they have in the United States, where it's $9 to $11 billion, which is at play. And so $9 to $11 billion in the United States, and that's probably closer to what a nuclear accident would cost. But we in the Bloc Québécois, given that it's hard to get insurance that would go beyond the amount of money set in this legislation, I think that this would at least be an improvement over the last bill, which provided for $150 million in damages. But we're worried, we're afraid of the possibility of a nuclear accident. Every year, there are several incidents, and they're called incidents because it doesn't spread very far, but there are incidents in these nuclear power stations, and when it's the most difficult, is at the moment when they change the compartments containing uranium, because they'll change them after they've yielded the most energy possible, and at this time, it's possible that the room can be irradiated, and this can go beyond the room where this is being done. So there's always a danger, and we're very aware of this. Last year, I think it was the 5th or 6th of November, there was such an incident at Gentilly 2 in Quebec, and it's not because it was Gentilly. There are incidents like this everywhere. So we're very aware of the fact that there can be incidents and problems, given that these stations are aging. So an older power station, and there could be greater danger, and the can-do system is perhaps not the safest system, but it was under the Liberal regime. It was considered a safe system. So, yes, we've been selling them abroad, but not because of the quality of can-do, but because they've been heavily promoted. My honourable colleague, for the member for Halifax West, said that the government was not assuming its responsibilities with respect to the manufacture of isotopes. And last year, we voted in an exceptional legislation without having the insurance of how much it would cost. But it seems that this power station has has operated for as long as it should. There are certain nuclear power stations that just don't work any longer. And one of the reasons why we feel this is that the engineers who might have been able to bring it up to speed just didn't see any end to it and to the work. So anyone who knows about this, either under the Liberals, all our scientists, our engineers, our nuclear specialists, they all left the country. This was under the Liberal regime. And now, and I repeat, we need billions of dollars to develop the Maple Power Station. So we in Quebec find all of this rather hard to take because we are taxpayers and we only get 6% of the nuclear energy in Canada. But we pay 23% for nuclear research and for the promotion of nuclear energy. So, and also we don't feel that this is a necessary energy. It can help, of course, but it's not a necessary energy. We have green energies in Quebec. We have hydroelectricity, but also Canada-wide. A green energy sector could be developed, and this is geothermal power stations. I think there are 24 countries, yes, 24 countries that use this kind of energy, which if you go deep enough, you can create electricity. And this is far better than having a pan-Canadian network, which Quebec would not accept because it wants to maintain its jurisdiction. But we agree with the principle of C20, as I said earlier. It's not enough, but it must also be said that nuclear energy costs an awful lot of money, costs the government an awful lot of money and insurance premiums, and even if this money isn't paid out by the insurance companies, they still have to pay for field hospitals that would have to be built quickly if there were an emergency. A lot of money is being spent by the RCMP to make sure that there isn't terrorism targeting these nuclear power stations. So all this costs a great deal of money for the government. So it's a form of energy which is neither necessary nor green. And we've never dealt with the issue of nuclear waste, and nuclear waste is a very important issue. Heretofore, nuclear power stations have produced 2 billion tons of irradiated material. And this means $40 million in these used containers, uranium containers, which will have to be warehoused somewhere or kept somewhere. Now, there are consultations underway to decide on where these containers will be kept for the next 1,000 years, because they can't be reused. This uranium cannot be reused. And we also know, after having spent a fortune in France and after Americans bought the rights to continue this research, they gave up on this research about 1.5 years ago because they saw that there was no way to reuse this uranium. So we have to find a place to put these things. Now, these things can be used to make nuclear weapons, Madam Speaker. And you know that this means it's very dangerous. So until we find a place to store these things in a stable manner, we won't be able to develop nuclear energy. And we can't continue thinking that this is an energy that is green, that is not dangerous to health. It is dangerous to people's health. And nuclear waste is one of the dangerous substances, a hazardous substance for health. And Madam Speaker, I've talked to experts, and pure uranium that can be used for nuclear power stations, which this government wants to promote, and also the government wants to exploit the tar sands, to use the tar sands to extract the most oil possible from them. Well, at this point, nuclear power stations might be able to be stored securely, or we hope they will be able to be stored securely. It's not just where this nuclear waste is kept and whether people will accept these things being stored in their neighborhoods or not, or close to them or not. But when people know that there is, when this nuclear waste is being transported on roads, etc., we know that there is the possibility of terrorism and sabotage. So there's not only the question of security, but also of transferring these nuclear wastes. And in the case of an accident like this, of an incident like this, C20 would be helpful. C20 is the very minimum we need, because the fact that the amount of insurance has increased may help to promote nuclear power and CANDU reactors, which are not very safe, as nuclear power stations.
And it's certainly not necessary, once again. You know, as I said earlier, we can also produce energy other ways. I talked about geothermal energy. There was a study that was done in the United States that said all needs could be met in the United States by taking away coal-fired plants and nuclear plants and just using geothermal plants to ensure that all needs would be met by 2050. You know that we will need a lot of energy by 2050, and nuclear power will not suffice. So we need to ensure that we don't have things around us, facilities that can explode. So we're really biting off our tail when we have something dangerous that we're using. If we didn't have things that were dangerous, we wouldn't need to have legislation like Bill C-20 to ensure protection. So it's not the 650 million that's going to protect us. Look at what's happening with Chalk River. We see that 650 million to rebuild houses wouldn't suffice, because this would impact not just Chalk River, but as far as Ottawa. But this is nothing. the damages will cost much more than 650 million. So as I said, Madam Speaker, we need instead to think about investing more, and this is what we're asking the government to do. Instead of investing in research only or almost solely on nuclear facilities and sequestration of CO2 gases produced by the oil sands development, we should invest in developing green energies. I talked earlier about geothermal energy production, solar energy. A lot of progress has been made in this area. We have seen examples of this in Spain where things are working quite well. Also wind power, we know that things are working well in this area, so we could invest more money and ensure more production in those areas, and as well as developing hydroelectricity, which we can do. We also have biomass. The biomass, we know what to do with our forestry workers, because we could use the biomass to produce electricity, and we could ensure that instead of producing methane, we could do things that would be productive, that would help farmers produce electricity with such waste from animals, and this would be profitable. If we look at the costs per kilowatt hour of nuclear energy, we could see that it's not even worth producing if we look at the cost of production alone, not how much it will cost to dismantle those nuclear power plants 40 years later, after they are too old to be used. We will have radioactive plants and areas, and we'll be in a bad position when it comes to closing those plants and facilities. So, Madam Speaker, the cost of insurance is a part of the kilowatt-hour cost, and this is what I want to say. So if we had asked for much higher insurance, we would see that ultimately the consumers would be the ones having to pay, because they are the ones who always pay. With a bill such as Bill C-20, this is the minimum. We are for this minimum, but we want to invest in other areas, not in outdated technology. You know, it's not dangerous to have a windmill or a geothermal plant. No one is going to come, no terrorists are going to come and blow those plants up, but they would attempt to do that with a nuclear power plant. So we're not really talking about the same thing when we're talking about green energy that is not dangerous and green energy that is dangerous. So I think that this bill, Bill C-20, is based on people's health and how to ensure that people would be compensated if there were ever an accident, and this is the minimum. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened with interest to the member and other members of the bloc, and you know, after listening to them, I don't sense that they are really overly supportive of the nuclear industry or the development of more nuclear plants in the country. So I would question why they would be interested in supporting this bill when, in fact, the responsible position I would think to take would be to be voting against the bill. We have in Manitoba a lot of hydroelectric power. We've developed half of our potential, and if we were to develop the rest of the potential and be able to transport it an east-west power grid across the country, we could potentially close down all of the coal-fired plants in Ontario. Instead, what we have developing here is nuclear plants being considered in Ontario, being considered evidently in Saskatchewan and in Alberta, and that's clearly the wrong way to go for all the reasons that the member just illustrated before. The storage of the material, which is very expensive, takes many, many years to, has a risk for many, many years. We have huge deposits of nuclear material put in the oceans by the Russians and other powers over the years, which we will, never know what the long-term effect is that's going to be. It obviously can't be good, because over time those barrels are going to rust and the materials are going to be leaked into the oceans. So I don't think we want to be promoting more of something that doesn't really work very well in the past. So I'd ask the member to reconsider where he's going with this, because I kind of liked what he had to say, and I think he was on the right track in his speech, but he hasn't really explained to me why he supports this bill.
The Honourable Member for Brome, Mrs. Goy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question and asking for this clarification. Fundamentally, we support safety and security. We want to ensure that the companies are responsible if ever there is an accident. This is a minimum amount of liability. And the companies are there. I think there are 28 or 18 rather nuclear plants throughout Canada. So the danger does exist. We don't want others to come into being. We hope that we will stop with the production of nuclear energy, but those ones already exist, and we know that it will be impossible to shut them down until their useful life has ended. So I know if there is an accident in the United States, it's not 650 million that will suffice, but at least there is a minimum amount of liability to ensure that the companies do their part. And we don't want to develop nuclear energy, but we are for this bill. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague for his speech. And he is a great environmentalist and a protector of this planet. But when we talk about making companies more responsible because the government has changed its legislation to allow the companies to manage the nuclear plants, we have to ask ourselves why. Why give companies the responsibility and the possibility for managing industries with such a possibility for harm? And in fact, if it's not working, if there are problems, they pull the plug, they leave, and then the problems are then borne by the government and the rest of the community. So what I'd like to know from my colleague is, first of all, does he feel that it's even sufficient, or should we not, for the ones that remain, try to control those that remain, this industry, because we know that unfortunately that the means are insufficient of private companies and they might just leave. Do you think it's sufficient? That is what we're asking private companies to do if there is a problem. The Honourable Member for Brome, Mrs. Quay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like the question asked by my colleague from Sherbrooke. It's an excellent question. No, the amount is not sufficient, Madam Speaker, and we are fully aware of that. We are just saying that it's better than the amount that existed before, that is the 75 million. And obviously there is a huge problem with the privatization of some of these facilities. But we mustn't forget one thing, and I would remind my colleague from Sherbrooke of this, and that is that in Canada there is an organization called the AECL, that is the Energy Commission of Canada, that checks these plants and gives them an operating license. And this is a group of independent individuals. They are quite capable individuals, and they are at arm's length. And last year, the Minister of Energy fired the president because the president wasn't doing what he wanted her to do. So they had some independence. I don't know now if they do still, but I think that this is quite essential, and this is part of the cost of producing nuclear energy, because we have to have organizations in place to verify, to monitor, to see if things are working properly, correctly. And so if we moved from 18 to 50, there would be a lot of costs associated with this verification and monitoring. But we know that there's a lot of money that is being wasted.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm really interested in this debate, as I know most of my constituents in the riding of Hamilton Mountain are. I mean, it seems to me that at base, what this issue is about is protecting Canadians in the case of a nuclear accident and tragedy. And I wonder if the member could just speak a little bit about where the number of $650 million of liability comes from and why he believes that that number is adequate. Because I think all of the evidence from the experts speaks to the contrary. We know, for example, that when the Pembina Institute has done a study on what the cost would be of a potential major accident at the Darlington nuclear plant, which frankly isn't all that far away from my riding of Hamilton Mountain, they estimate the cost to be $1 trillion. This act doesn't even provide for liability of $1 billion. We're talking about $650 million. And the reality is, as the member will well know, that taxpayers will be on the hook for the difference. And that difference is far from insignificant. You know, we're talking in this House about the deplorable state of the deficit now, which is 50% higher today than it was estimated to be just 4 months ago. But those numbers pale in comparison when we're talking about a potential $1 trillion liability as a result of just one nuclear accident. So I wonder if the member could just explain to this House why he believes that $650 million is adequate. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Boyne, Mrs. Gwynne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I never said that the $650 million was sufficient. On the contrary, it will not be sufficient. However, it is a way of making private companies that own these plants more responsible, more liable. In any case, it is always the taxpayer who will pay when we say yes, but it is through the government. Then it comes back to the taxpayer. So if we had put $10 million in insurance, rather $10 billion in insurance, the contributions would have been high. These would have been included in the kilowatt-hour price, and people would have paid for it. The customer would be paying. So there will be a cost if there is an accident, but we will pay no matter what. We will pay for an unsafe energy, a dangerous type of energy, and there could be accidents.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking against the C-20 Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act. We do need a new Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act. In fact, we need it for at least 20 years. $75 million as a liability limit is nowhere near enough. The Auditor General have said that we need a new act. Various organizations have said so. However, to set the limit at $650 million is nowhere near enough. The United States have a compensation limit.
Order. I regret to interrupt the Honourable Member. At this point, I must, pursuant to Standing Orders 38, inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's on health, the Honourable Member for St. Bruno St. Hubert on arts and culture. The Honourable Member for Toronto Spadina may resume. I apologize for the interruption.
That's okay. As I was saying, that United States have a compensation limit of $10 billion. And if you look at other countries that have had quite a few nuclear accidents, whether they are Germany or Japan, you will notice that they do not have an upper limit at all. That if there is an accident, the company must pay, and the company must pay for all the cost of cleaning it up. So why in this time that the government is putting back a bill, this bill used to be called C-63, and then it was called C-5 at the last term. Now it's C-20, and the number remains the same. And New Democrats have said back then that we do not support $650 million as a limit because existing compensation limit of $650 is way too low. We said it then, we said it now. Why are we seeing this again? I believe one of the reasons why we are seeing this bill reintroduced today is that we think that the American nuclear companies are really interested in purchasing significant sections of Canada's nuclear industry. Under the current legislation, they would be subjected to the American rules, as the Canadian law does not meet the international baseline. We know the international minimum, according to the 2 international agreements from Paris and Vienna conventions, require a bare minimum of $600 million. And because of that, under American law, the parent company of a subsidiary can be sued for compensation due to the action of, say, a Canadian company, a subsidiary of an American, if the law governing that subsidiary is below the international standards as it is now. If this bill passed, then the American corporations can come and pick up any number of nuclear industry or companies. What concerned me most, Madam Speaker, is what's happening at Chalk River. We have a reactor shutdown. We have at least 30,000 patients per week that need these precious medical isotopes. And we know that the isotopes will run out in a week. And we also know that the reactor has spilled, heavy water spilled. And we know that it will be shut down at least till mid-June and maybe even longer. Now, for people that have cancer and heart scan, they cannot do the scan. If a person have thyroid cancer, and I had before, they need, after the thyroid has been removed, they need to have ingest a iodine, a medical isotope iodine. It's a pill 131. I remember doing that, and that would then destroy the cancer cells in the thyroid area as the thyroid attract these nuclear iodine, and it is made by isotopes. And if you don't get it treated, if you don't have that iodine pill, they call it seed, then your thyroid cancer cells could spread. I'm glad I was able to diagnose with that cancer, was able to had it removed, and then at that time was able to have access to this iodine 131 pill. But I can't imagine what would happen to the cancer patients, thyroid cancer patients now, if they know that that they need to have this treatment, and then they are hearing that it's going to be running out in a week. What is going to happen to them? So instead of focusing on a plan B, instead of looking at whether to build the new reactor that is supposed to be online, instead we are discussing this bill that certainly is not really does not make sense, because the liability of $10 billion, it's a whooping 1,540% higher than the limit proposed by this bill. Now, is it because that Our reactor is that much safer than Americans? Is it because Canadian taxpayers have far more money that if there's a big accident that the taxpayers the Canadian government can do the cleanup? I just heard that we have at least a $50 billion deficit. Where are we going to find the money to do the cleanup if the company is not liable? And so is it the imminent sale of AECL to an American company that has this government so eager to make the Canadian nuclear legislation more American-friendly? I ask. That perhaps is one of the reasons. And what when we are quite concerned, because right now, in tough economic times, the value is the lowest, so which means that AECL can easily be picked up if they're interested buyers that once this bill have passed. We believe that this is the bad legislation. We don't think that it can be amended through, especially the dollar amount, the $650 million. It cannot be amended through the committee. There wouldn't be. I've already heard that such an amendment will be ruled out of order when it's referred to the committee, which means that we're stuck with this dollar amount of $650 million. So, of all the speeches that I've heard today, whether from the Liberals of the Bloc, that you are concerned that $650 million limit is too low, then you can't pass this bill in second reading because it is just not good enough. Now, if you think of forecasting costs of possible accidents, a major accident at the Darlington, Ontario nuclear plant, God forbid that it would happen, east of Toronto, which is not far from where I am, could cost damages in the range of an estimated $1 trillion. Okay? Not 1 billion, 1 trillion. How much? And no wonder the Japanese and the Germans don't have an upper limit. And the statistics of the cost of past accidents in October 5th, 1966, in a plant, Emeco plant number 1 outside Detroit, Michigan, not far from off our border, suffered a minor issue in its reactor, and the public and the environment did not experience any tragedy. The minor repairs of the entire accident, which were not entirely fixed until 1970, is cost at $1970, not today's dollars, is $132 million. Okay, and this amount would be covered, but that was the 1970s figure. That's a minor damage. And if you look at the 3 Mile Island, I think everyone is familiar with that in 1979, I believe, in Harrisburg. And again, there was a minor nuclear incident, and it caused 1 to 2 cases of cancer per year, and that the cleanup and the investigation of the incident cost an estimated U.S. $975 million. Now, that is over the Canadian limit already, and we are talking about the 70s and 80s dollars again. So it is troubling that we have such a low limit of $650 million. We know that nuclear energy is extremely unsafe if it's exposed. I remember when I had that iodine radioactive pill, I was in a secure room. No one can come anywhere near me for at least 3 days. The food was put in through a secure passageway, and it was extremely radioactive. You wouldn't want to be sitting beside me, Madam Speaker, if I had that pill. And if you look at the world's foremost expert on nuclear liability, Norbert Pelsa, what he is saying is that it has to that the upper limit really should be unlimited, and that Even the $10 billion that is by the United States is insufficient to cover a huge nuclear incident. So our amount is not even enough for a minor issue, never mind a major problem. So we believe that, the other part of this bill that is problematic is that the compensation process is cumbersome. It should be like an insurance claim, but instead, right now, victims of nuclear accidents have to go through a court and going through a legal system is extremely costly, and not everybody would have access to that. And the other problem is that this bill does not cover any accidents outside the plant setting. So, for example, if it is the oil and mining companies that use the radioactive materials, if a mistake, if a spill, if something would have taken place, this insurance would not cover that at all, and they would be the victims would be left high and dry. So if you calculate that the cost of cleaning up 3 Mile Island, if that dollar amount did not come from the nuclear industry themselves, if it comes directly from taxpayers, we could have built 1.15 million 100-watt solar panels. So think of the possibility of the green jobs that we would be missing if the taxpayers are supposed to pick up the tab if there is any accidents. And Canada, we certainly need to have more green jobs. Canada is ranking right now 11th in last year's poll, measuring wind power, and the government have just, in the last budget, cut off the grants for wind energy, and it's going to make it even worse. So this whole situation this bill is really not helpful. Madam Speaker, if you look at the various accidents, what I want to point out is that in East Germany, for example, in 1975, there was an accident. Countries that have accidents in May 4th, 1986, again Germany, a few damaged, and that what happened was that the attempts by an operator to dislodge the fuel pepper damaged its cladding, releasing radiation detectable up to 2 kilometers from the reactor. Japan, 1999, in June, it had a control rod malfunction. The operators attempting to insert one control rod during an inspection neglected the procedure and instead withdrew 3, causing a 15-minute uncontrolled sustained reaction at the number 1 reactor of the HoC nuclear power plant. The electric company who owned the reactor did not report this incident and falsified records covering it up until March 2007. And also in Japan in 1999, September, a few months later, workers again did something wrong, and it exceeded the critical mass, and as a result, 3 workers were exposed to radiation dose in excess of allowable limits. 2 of these workers died. 116 other workers received lesser dosage, but still had a great deal of problems. So you can tell, Madam Speaker, that in countries that have had problems, Tennessee's in 2006, March, they had a big problem there. These countries have set either no upper limit or that the limit in the billions. In Canada, setting the limit at 650 is really not at all useful. That's why the New Democrats are not supporting this bill, and we hope that the government would take it back, consider the upper limit, either make it similar to U.S. or even better, do not set an upper limit. That would be a new Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act that is overdue, and that certainly would get the support of New Democrats.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to my honourable friend, listening to her remarks there, I was wondering if she does realize that the compensation that is being set out in this bill, first of all, is to victims and not to repair everything that may possibly happen in a nuclear accident. Second question I'd like to ask her, does she realize that it's not just commercial nuclear reactors that we have to be concerned of? There's smaller accidents. Saskatoon, for example, has a nuclear reactor that's experimental, that's used for research. We have to be concerned about those. There's many of those across the country. And I was just wondering if the honourable member also would realize that if we do not pass this bill, then the limits will stay lower than they are. I can understand the honourable member wanting the limits to be higher, but if this legislation would be defeated, they would stay low and instead of rising to help give more compensation. So I wonder if the honourable member might comment on those 3 points.
Honourable Member for Trinity
Of
Spadina.
course, 75 million is nowhere near adequate, neither is 650 million. But right now, if American companies come and purchase a Canadian company, then the $10 billion, which is their figures, kick in, not the 75 million. Yes, I do know that there are 30,000 men and women working in 150 companies in Canada. I also know that AECL, Atomic Energy of Canada, is a publicly owned entity, and I'm glad it is, and that we should not privatize it. And what I'm concerned about is this bill would open the door for privatization of AECL and or other industries that can be picked up by the Americans.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an excellent presentation. And I do want to note here that, we have a list of nuclear accidents here of totaling some 81 over the years, which are caused untold damage when they've happened to the surroundings. And we have no such record when it comes to hydro development. I don't think you can take a hydro development in Quebec or Manitoba or anywhere else in the country and find me any serious accidents that have caused deaths and the destruction that these nuclear accidents cause. Wind development is catching on big time around the world right now, and it's being developed in Canada. There are no serious ramifications and similar to what we've determined here with nuclear accidents. In terms of the liability issue, are we making an assumption somehow that Canadian reactors are going to be built out in the middle of nowhere? Because if you have whether you have a plant developed in Japan or Germany or in the United States in near an urban area, or whether it's in Canada, why would you have 650 million liability in Canada, 10 billion in the United States, and unlimited in Japan and Germany? It just makes no sense at all. The bottom line here is that the taxpayers are going to end up footing the bill for this at the end of the day, because if the accident is big enough, the company is just going to declare bankruptcy and turn the whole mess over to the taxpayer. And that's what we're going to end up with. So clearly what we should be doing is not developing any further nuclear plants. Keep the ones going as best we can and maybe raise the limits certainly for them. But don't go developing new ones when we've got such good opportunities here to get into wind and hydro development. We were told years ago that DDT was safe, and then we banned it. We were told that asbestos was safe, and then we banned it. And now we know that nuclear power is not really very safe. Why do we continue to ignore these warnings? and want to develop more. I'm very disappointed from the member from Saskatchewan when I hear that his government is considering, new nuclear plants. Well, there'll be an election in Saskatchewan in a couple of years, and I think we'd like to fight an issue on that, or fight an election on that issue. And we'll see how it resolves itself. So I don't think they better go ahead and be building too many plants, because they'll be getting them half built and then they'll be shut down. But no, there's a lot of other areas that we should be looking at here, and I think the member's on the right track when we talk about wind development, when we talk about hydroelectric development. That's where we should be proceeding, and not developing more nuclear power.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
In this economic downturn, green jobs is the way to go. Yes, we need an alternative energy plan. That would be the renewable energy, whether it's solar, it's wind. That is the way to go. We should be investing in the technologies for batteries, for example, so that we can harness the solar panels that we have to try to put on as many buildings as possible. The wind, we have a huge country of great land mass. We can be the wind superpower of wind energy. We can even manufacture those wind blades or different types of wind turbine here in Canada. That would produce jobs. It would produce energy. It certainly is a win-win situation. We burn less, we pay less. However, there are existing nuclear plants, and some of them has to be fixed, some of them has to be rebuilt, and certainly privatizing the existing ones or having a fire sale is not going to do the job. It will, at the end of the day, taxpayers paying for inevitably there would be unfortunately, there would be either human errors or the plants may be too old, they might leak. There would be consequences. And nuclear waste or spillage is extremely dangerous, is extremely harmful to to the plant's life, to people, to the environment, and it's very costly to clean up. In fact, nuclear waste, it stays forever, so it has to be contained. Once it's leaked out, it's very difficult to clean up. So that's an area that's going to be very costly, and $650 million for liability is just not enough.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to follow up the member's comments by asking her whether she would agree that an amendment should be introduced if this bill were to pass second reading and go to committee, whether an amendment actually could be introduced to increase the liability to an unlimited amount, which is the case in Germany and Japan, so that at least, even though we don't particularly like the bill and we don't like further nuclear development, that at least we would get some sort of structure in force that would be consistent with the highest standard, that being Germany and Japan, as opposed to some low standard here of $650 million, which hardly seems adequate given the situation in the world right now, and whether she thinks that will have any real negative effect in the sense that the companies may not or may be able to get liability insurance on a insurance market that keeps kind of going up and down in a very inconsistent way. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, certainly the New Democrats will give any bill that would increase the liability to, say, $10 billion or up, no limit, unlimited, just like Japan and Germany. We will certainly support that. We would give a very speedy passage. It is long overdue. The existing liability act does not work because the limit is so low. We need a renewed one because it hasn't been changed since I think it was in the mid-70s. So, of course, it should be done. However, this is not the way to go. And once it passed second reading, you can't amend it at the committee because it's substantial change. So it either the government withdraw this and have a new bill with a different limits, or that there would be an amendment to change the number.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. Madam Speaker, I do, with deep regret, rise to speak to C-20, the Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act, because I believe all members of good conscience should oppose this bill, because it leaves Canadians and our communities woefully undercompensated in the event of a nuclear accident. Communities like Kincardine near the Bruce Nuclear Facility, Whitby, Oshawa, Toronto, adjacent to Darlington, Gentilly near Bécancour, Quebec, and Pointe-le-Preux in New Brunswick. Madam Speaker, all of these communities are in jeopardy if a major accident occurs, and we know that a major accident at the Darlington nuclear plant would cause damages in the range of $1 trillion. Clearly, $650 million, even $10 billion, is insufficient in terms of liability coverage. Interestingly enough, there are no nuclear facilities in British Columbia, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that you are well aware of that and perhaps a little bit grateful. And this could be because of the mess at Hanford in Washington State. And it's cost billions and billions to taxpayers because of the expensive remediation that's been ongoing there for years and years with no end in sight. Madam Speaker, today Hanford is the most contaminated nuclear site in the United States and is the focus of the largest environmental cleanup in U.S. history. And it is hugely expensive, certainly more than $650 million. Certainly more in the range of several $billion, perhaps trillion. Hence the $10 billion liability demanded in the United States and, Madam Speaker, far less than the unlimited liability required in Japan and China, because quite simply the cost to a community and the people who live there is without limit in the case of a nuclear accident. Madam Speaker, this bill is being reintroduced, as we all know, by this government despite its many deficiencies. In the last Parliament, New Democrats were the only opponents to this bill, and with good reason. No private insurer will cover an individual for compensation from damage caused by a nuclear accident. While C-20 updates legislation from the 70s, as has been pointed out, it only increases compensation levels to the absolute minimum international standard. Existing compensation limit, the existing limit of $75 million, and the new limit of $650 million is simply not acceptable. What on earth is the government doing? And why are they so prepared to ignore the reality of this situation? American nuclear companies are interested in purchasing significant sections of Canada's nuclear industry. Under the current legislation, they would be subjected to American rules because Canadian laws don't even meet the international baseline. Under American law, the parent company of a subsidiary can be sued for compensation due to actions of their foreign subsidiary if the law governing that subsidiary is below international standards. These American corporations are reluctant to invest in the Canadian industry. That is until C-5 is passed. Sadly, Madam Speaker, this government doesn't seem to understand the irresponsible nature of this legislation. But the nuclear industry has certainly the attention of the Canadian public, and this issue has strong political resonance with all Canadians. They're quite simply concerned about nuclear safety. The NDP is the only party that's taking the health of Canadians seriously. So seriously that we have been asking the difficult questions. Questions like, why is the liability limit $10 billion in the United States and only the proposed $650 million in Canada? There's no reason for that. It's not rational. The American limit is a whopping 1,540 percentage points higher than the limit that's proposed by this bill. Another question, is the imminent sale of AECL to an American company making this government eager to make Canadian nuclear legislation more American-friendly? These are important questions, Madam Speaker, and so far we have heard no acceptable answers. It's more than clear that only New Democrats are serious about protecting the interests of ordinary Canadians, while this government takes a cavalier attitude to nuclear safety. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives certainly seem to be laying the groundwork to sell AECL during tough economic times when the value is so very low. And we as Canadians need to be profoundly concerned about the possibility of the privatization of nuclear facilities. These are facilities that must be properly managed. There's no question about that. They must be properly managed. And that's in the public interest. And I, for one, Madam Speaker, would feel far more comfortable if they remained in public hands. I don't see much evidence that this government has the public interest at the center of its many questionable policies. Quite simply, the Conservatives are failing to protect Canadians in the event of a nuclear spill. This level of compensation, this $650 million, would mean only a handful of dollars for the loss of a home, a business, the loss of a life, and is far below that which is required by the international community. For the Canadians, and particularly those who live near nuclear power plants or other nuclear installations, this is unacceptable. Their government has sold them out to vested interests. New Democrats will not be supporting this limited liability, this limited level of liability, nor will we be supporting this bill. It doesn't even begin to touch on the real cost of a nuclear accident. And that, Madam Speaker, is a betrayal. It's a betrayal of Canadians. It's a betrayal of our communities. It is simply not the kind of behavior that I believe many Canadians expect of their government, should demand of their government. This is nothing less than a corporate subsidy to the nuclear industry to make it possible for them to move in, to take over, to privatize that industry that Canadians have built. And we on this side of the House simply will not bow to that kind of corporate subsidy. We won't allow this government to get away without a great deal of discussion and raising our voices on this side of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate very much the comments from my colleague, and I would merely ask her to maybe expand on the notion of what happens in a community. I think we can all imagine, those of us that are of a certain age can certainly recall 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, other accidents that have happened, and the devastation is the immediate explosions and damage. But my colleague is talking about the further implications for communities, the places where we live. And I would ask her, Madam Speaker, to maybe expand on that. What sort of things are we talking about in communities, in not just the hours after a disaster, but in the days and weeks, and the ability of citizens to survive and continue their life as they know it in their own home and in their own neighborhoods?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his very good question, because it is perhaps very difficult for Canadians to imagine. We've seen accidents in other parts of the world, and so far we've been spared those horrific events. We know that there are leaks. We know that there have been leaks at ACL into the Ottawa River. We know that there have been leaks at Bruce Nuclear into the drinking water of many centres that take their drinking water from Lake Huron. But we haven't seen the kind of devastation that they suffered at 3 Mile Island or at Chernobyl. And in terms of Chernobyl, children, generations are affected by the fallout from this accident. The people who went to provide emergency assistance when Chernobyl exploded are long dead and gone. Their lives were shortened, and they were afflicted with miserable radiation sickness, and even worse, cancers and death as a result of the fallout. I can't imagine in a densely populated area like Toronto, Oshawa, Whitby, Pickering, what could possibly happen if we experienced a nuclear accident? If Darlington were to fail in some catastrophic way, we simply wouldn't have the facilities to manage. There would be hundreds of thousands of people who would need immediate help, and our hospitals would be overwhelmed. I mean, the reality is that our systems are overburdened because federal and provincial governments haven't seen fit to keep up with the needs of the medical community and hospitals. So hospitals would be overwhelmed. Emergency services would be overwhelmed. Homes would be lost. We know that in other kinds of disasters, floods, fires, hurricanes, that the loss of homes is catastrophic to the people who live in those communities. Imagine hundreds of square miles of community where the homes became uninhabitable, where the schools could no longer be utilized, where there simply wasn't the kind of support services that would support a huge population. And this, while it may seem extreme, Madam Speaker, is what we need to be prepared for. Nobody believed that Chernobyl would blow sky high. Nobody who lived there until that catastrophic event, which has left a community bereft, which has created illness and destroyed the future of not just the first generation, but the second, the third, the fourth generation. We have no idea how many generations will suffer as a result of this accident. We need to be prepared. $650 million doesn't do it. $10 billion doesn't do it. It's something that we need to be cognizant of, Madam Speaker, and we cannot allow the taxpayers, the people of this nation, to be put on the hook so that private sector nuclear facilities can pop up, so that the nuclear industry can prosper exponentially in terms of the profits that they make. We have to stand firm, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and join my NDP colleagues in speaking against Bill C-20, the Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act. In fact, we're the only party in this House that refuses to give the government a blank check on this inadequate reform to the limits of nuclear liability. Simply put, I oppose this bill because it doesn't keep pace with the rest of the world's measures to provide safe use of nuclear energy. Nonetheless, there is no doubt about the need for modernizing the Act. The liability limits were initially set in the early 1970s by the Liberals, but the limits were inadequate even then, and certainly by today's standards are even worse. To its credit, this bill does propose to increase the maximum liability for operators of nuclear installations for damage resulting from a nuclear accident from $75 million to $650 million per nuclear installation. But this limit remains shamefully low when you consider the consequences of a nuclear accident. This bill seems designed to protect corporations rather than citizens. The total liability is way too low and won't be able to cover a medium-sized accident, never mind a catastrophic one. It's been estimated that a nuclear accident would cause billions of dollars in damage and personal injuries, death, and contamination of the surrounding areas. According to the Director of Environmental Governance for the Pembina Institute, a major accident at the Darlington, Ontario nuclear plant east of Toronto and very near to my own riding of Hamilton Mountain could cause damages in the range of an estimated $1 trillion. $650 million doesn't even come close to being adequate, and taxpayers will be on the hook for the difference. Does this government and its friends in the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois really believe that $650 million would be sufficient to clean up and rebuild after such a disaster? Well, apparently so. The U.S., on the other end, has a cap of $10 billion. Germany, which has experienced the fallout of the Chernobyl meltdown, has an unlimited amount. Many other countries are also moving in that direction towards an unlimited amount of liability. Does this government really believe that Canadian lives, properties, and communities are worth less than our U.S. and European counterparts? Again, judging by this legislation, you would think so. Even relatively minor nuclear accidents can have huge costs. In the 1960s, a minor issue in a reactor in Michigan cost an estimated $132 million, and that was over 40 years ago. But this government, propped up again by its partners in the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois, believe this bill goes far enough. One of my big concerns is that this bill really isn't about protecting Canadians, but is all about the Conservative government laying the groundwork to sell Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. Privatization should never be acceptable, and particularly not during tough economic times when the value is at its lowest and the Conservatives are contemplating a fire sale. Perhaps more than anything else, this bill and the debate around it highlights the outrageous costs and potentially devastating risks of nuclear energy, particularly when you compare it to greener, more sustainable alternatives. For example, the 3 Mile Island incident outside Harrisburg, Pennsylvania in 1979 that my colleagues have already talked about was a relatively minor nuclear accident, but it cost an estimated $975 million for the cleanup and investigation. To put the absolute enormity of these costs into context, for the cost of cleaning up 3 Mile Island, 1,147,058 100-watt solar panels could have been bought and assembled. The total subsidies for Canada's state-owned nuclear company, AECL, from 1952 to 2000 were approximately $16 billion. This is money that could be spent investigating safer methods of energy. But the enormous costs don't just apply when things go bad. The planned construction cost for the third Fermi plant in Michigan will cost an estimated $10 billion US and take approximately 6 years to complete. The price of wind power, on the other hand, is dropping fast and can even be had for as low as 16 cents per kilowatt hour right now. Imagine the cost savings to taxpayers and the lower electricity bills of seniors and hardworking families if we could shift to cheaper, safer, and more sustainable power. On top of the financial expenses, nuclear energy in general is extremely unsafe, both to the environment and to human life. There can be no doubt that Canada needs a greener approach in terms of power. Statistics show that Canada ranked 11th in 2008 in a poll measuring wind power capacity. If Canada expects to be seen as a leader in the world, we need to compete in the field of clean, renewable energy. This pressing need is why we in the NDP launched a task force on the economic recovery that I've been proud to co-chair with my colleague, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who has done incredible work on environmental issues over the years. As we confront the current economic crisis, we must be looking toward the future. We must ensure that the economy of the 21st century is green, sustainable, and affordable for ordinary Canadians. In my hometown of Hamilton, community organizations, environmentalists, and ordinary citizens are coming together to imagine and realize that kind of green future. Green Venture, for example, has been doing home energy evaluation since 1997. Environment Hamilton just recently received a Trillium Foundation grant in support of its work on a green economic recovery for Hamilton. Environment Hamilton understands that fighting climate change and job creation through green jobs go hand in hand. And I want to congratulate Linda Lukasik, who's the Executive Director of Environment Hamilton, and her staff and the board at Environment Hamilton for securing this important multi-year grant for advancing the future of our city. Environment Hamilton has also launched an innovative new project aimed at helping Hamilton area faith groups to conserve energy, both at home and in their places of worship. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that nuclear energy provides jobs to a large number of Canadians and has been a part of our economy since 1949. The industry cannot and will not just disappear overnight. But the real issue here is that Bill C-20 just doesn't do enough to bring safety to a naturally unsafe and volatile substance. The compensation process would remain cumbersome and force victims of nuclear accidents to go through the courts. And you know, Madam Speaker, how costly and inaccessible the courts are as a remedy for this kind of situation. Furthermore, this bill does not cover any accidents outside of the plant setting. Oil and mining companies and medical facilities use radioactive materials that can be dangerous, but they are not liable for any accidents related to their use or disposal. It is as clear as it is unfortunate that only the NDP is serious about protecting the interests of ordinary Canadians, while the other parties take a rather cavalier attitude to nuclear safety. I can only hope that this debate will give the government and members of the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois pause. We need to protect families and communities from the devastating potential of nuclear disasters, and this bill simply doesn't do that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for her speech, particularly the part where she talks about the fact that other types of energies need to be developed, and we fully agree with this in the Bloc Québécois. There are a number of things that were repeated. The fact that we agree with the 650 million and that we think it's enough. I think it was clear when I said, in speaking on behalf of the Bloc, that it's not sufficient. It's better than 75 million, however, and we might need to vote for it, because if we don't, we'll still have this 775 million, and that's not enough. I'd like to know whether the member who said that coal, what about a company that has unlimited responsibility? There is a company with unlimited liability. Well, this means that if it's too much for them to pay, they will close up shop and leave, and the government will be stuck with the bill. We have to be realistic. We have to deal with companies. It's the same thing in Germany. These are companies that could go bankrupt and then no longer pay any compensation, and the government would have to step in. So we do not think it is enough. But elsewhere, have they found the solution? Not necessarily. We know that in the U.S., they have between 9 and 10 billion, 9 and 11 billion, and this is not equal to what she said, because she said it would cost $3 trillion if there was an accident in Hamilton. So how can we ensure that there is enough?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do welcome the question, and I think the member and I actually fundamentally agree that this bill, as it stands, and its predecessor, the lower limit of $75 million liability, are wholly inadequate. The question that the member raises about what happens if there is a catastrophic nuclear accident where the costs are indeed in the billions and trillions of dollars, I think he's quite right in pointing out that we ought to be concerned about the fact that companies will just close shop and Canadian taxpayers will indeed be left with the bill for the cleanup. I think he's absolutely right about that. But that is one of the really disappointing parts of this bill. The government is proposing a solution that in fact only tinkers. It does not provide a comprehensive solution to the question of nuclear liability and, more importantly, the protection of Canadian citizens as we're contemplating nuclear accidents, be they minor or catastrophic. And I think that's the part of this debate that we've essentially just skimmed over by focusing on whether is 75 million enough, is 650 million enough. We know from the recent debate about events at Chalk River, where we're now experiencing a really urgent crisis with respect to the supply of medical isotopes, that yes, in fact, our nuclear facilities are in relative states of disrepair. We need to invest, we need to regulate, and we need to ensure nuclear safety. You know, one of the things, Madam Speaker, that's really troubling to me is that the nuclear safety inspector that the government fired last year has now been replaced by a political appointee. This is a position that should not be political. We need an independent person in that position. We're not talking about any of those issues, though. We're simply talking about, should it be 75 million or 650 million? Right. I think Canadians deserve better. I think they deserve a more complete answer. And for that reason, I don't think it's good enough to pick a number out of the hat like 650 million, which we know from international experiences is not adequate, and say, good job, our job here is done with respect to nuclear liability and compensation. I think Canadians deserve better. I think this House deserves better. And we must give this issue much, much fuller attention. Thank you very much.
A very quick question. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River, 30 seconds.
Well, in 30 seconds, I just wanted to address what I thought was unnecessary fear-mongering on the part of members of the Honourable Member who just spoke and some of her colleagues. But not being happy with the $650 million number, is there another number she might wish to posit that might be suitable for a disaster of the type she conjures up?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain has 30 seconds to respond as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I take some issue with the member suggesting I'm fear-mongering. I have here a list of 81 nuclear accidents that are all documented. That's not fear-mongering. That's trying to deal with the reality and trying to protect Canadians should such an eventuality happen here. And I think, frankly, that's our responsibility here. With respect to the member's question about what is the appropriate amount, frankly, the Canadian government, the Conservative government, has opted to go for the bare minimum. We should be aspiring to go with the best international standards, and those right now in Japan, in Europe, are unlimited liability.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona can begin his comments, but I will have to interrupt him in a few minutes, 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to follow the member for Hamilton Mountain, who made an excellent presentation and dealt with a lot of the concerns, and the previous member who asked her about and suggested that she was fear-mongering, I think his comments are really misplaced because, you know, Madam Speaker, you know, we were told years ago that asbestos was safe, and we had workers work their whole lives in asbestos mining and installation, and then we found out it wasn't so safe after all, and we spent untold amounts of money taking asbestos out of government buildings and out of all sorts of buildings and paying the long-tail liability costs of dealing with asbestos. We were told years ago that DDT was safe, and I recall as a child, you know, we had a garden and we used DDT. And then all of a sudden it was discovered that wasn't safe. We've found now that trans fats are unsafe. We've been storing nuclear product in the oceans. The Russians, I'm assuming the Americans as well, have been storing nuclear waste in barrels and dumping them in the oceans. I mean, how safe is that going to be? And how many years will it take before those barrels start to leak and cause untold damage? So clearly we have a very short-term view of things. The economics may dictate that we use these products in the short term, but we don't seem to look beyond the short term. We don't look into the long term to see what the long-term costs are going to be to do these cleanups. The member previously reported and mentioned that we have a list here of 81 nuclear accidents. 81. So the issue is, why would you be proceeding to promote nuclear energy development when we know all of this? We also know that it takes forever to get an approval. Anytime a approval is requested in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, and Alberta in the next couple of years, you're going to see people from all political stripes, NDP, Liberal, Conservative people, standing up and saying, not in my backyard. You will not build that.
At this point, I must interrupt the honourable member. He will have approximately 17 minutes to continue to complete his comments when this bill reappears on the order paper. But it being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M300 under private members' business in the name of Madame Tillac. We convoquer les...
Call in the members.
question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Ms. Thillac, seconded by Ms. Demers, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should as soon as possible introduce a bill providing a $110 monthly increase in the guaranteed income supplement paid to pensioners, the continuation of the payment for a period of 6 months of the old age security pension and supplement to a person whose spouse or common law partner has died, automatic registration for people. May I dispense?
Will please rise.
Madame Thillac.
All those in the fifth row on my left in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimond Rimouski Neigette Témiscouata les Basses.
Monsieur Guimond Rimouski Neigette Témiscouata les Basses.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fourth row on my left in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Damour.
Monsieur Damour.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Second row on my left in favor, please.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Prou.
Monsieur Prou.
Mr. Martin Esquimo Wandafuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimo Wandafuca.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimond Montmorency Charlevoix Côte-Nord.
Guimond Montmorency Charlevoix Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Wasserly Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
All those in favor of the motion on my right, fifth row, please rise.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Fourth row on my right, in favor, please rise. Third row on my right, in favor, please rise. Second row on my right, in favor, please rise.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right, in favor, please rise.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those opposed to the motion on my left, fifth row, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Fourth row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers, Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen to Bic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake
Mr.
Country.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Third row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velikot.
Mr. Velikot.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Verner.
Madame Verner.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campion Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 133, 133.
I declare the motion adopted.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-288 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Madame Deschamps, appuyée par Monsieur Rowe.
Ms. Deschamps, seconded by Ms. moves that the Bill C-288 for tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The motion, please rise.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Fifth row on my left in favor, please rise.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Valeriat.
Madame Zarac.
Madame Zarac.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Quatrième rangée en appuyant.
Fourth row on my left. In favor.
On my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy Mountain Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Third row on my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. Wilfert.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Bellavance.
Bellavance.
Mr. Cardin.
Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Second row on my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Cockler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Prou.
Monsieur Prou.
Mr. Martin Esquimo Wandafuca.
Marcus Quamon Wandafuca.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont Montmorency Charlevoix Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Brunel.
Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Laforêt.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Ménard-Macarel-Fortin.
Ménard Marol-Fortin.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washalee-Chalice.
Ms. Washalee-Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
All those in favor on my right, fifth row, please rise. Fourth row in favor on my right, please rise. Third row on my right in favor, please rise. Second row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Fourth row on my left, opposed, please rise. Third row. Second row. First row opposed to the motion on my left, please rise. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Fourth row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen to Bic Mactaquac.
Alan to Bic Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Third row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Bernaire.
Madame Bernaire.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
First row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 142, 142. Nays contre 134, 134.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé.
This bill is referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Order. 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 The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-232 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Monsieur Godet, appelé par
Mr. Godin, seconded by Mr. Cullen, move that Bill C-232, an act to amend the Supreme Court understanding the official languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Godin.
Fifth row on my left.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basses.
Monsieur Guimont, Monsieur Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basses.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fourth row on my left in favor, please.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Wisniewski.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Third row on my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Second row on my left in favor, please rise.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Cochler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my left in favor, please rise.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Mr. Laframboise.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Mr. Laforêt.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Mr. Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Mr. Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Mr. Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Mr. Bachan.
Monsieur Bigra.
Mr. Bigra.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Ménard Macorel Fortin.
Monsieur Mucker.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Washerley Chalice.
Wasserley Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Fourth row on my right, please rise. Third row on my right in favor, please rise. Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row to my right.
Thibault.
Ms. Leslie.
Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marsden.
Ms. Chow.
Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième sur ma gauche.
Fourth to my left.
Third row opposed, please rise. Second row on my left. First row opposed to the motion on my left, please rise. All those opposed to the motion on my right, fifth row, please rise.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. RuPaul.
Mr. RuPaul.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
My right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Crampton, Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampton, Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tibic McTerquack.
Mr. Allen Tibic McTerquack.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernew.
Mr. Bernew.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Getty Poe.
Mr. Getty Poe.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Third row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson. Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Kiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean. Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right, opposed, please rise. Order.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrite.
Brightcrite.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Ketty South St. Margaret.
Teddy Sanchez St. Margaret.
Mr. Warawa.
Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich. Madame Delnave. Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Churches.
Ms. Burgess.
Mr. Lebel.
Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ashfield.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gore.
Mr. Carey. Mr. Cummins.
Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Harris Caribou, Prince George.
First row on my right, opposed, please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Paredzi.
Mr. Paredzi.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 140, 140. Nays contre 133, 133.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Shall I read that? It being 6:16, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Reprise du débat sur la motion.
Resuming debate on motion M299 concerning the creation of a voluntary service policy for young people.
Order. Order. Going to again ask all members to carry on conversations with their colleagues outside of the chamber so that we can proceed with private members' business. Order. I see several members rising, yet there's only one allowed to speak at a time. I'm about to recognize the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. So if other members who are standing and chatting could take their conversations outside of the chamber, we can proceed with private members' business with a little bit of order. Can you go, Never mind. All right, thank you. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to finish my remarks in support of M299 put forward by the member from Papineau. When we left off, I think it was February the 25th. I know I've been called long-winded, Mr. Speaker, but I've never given a 3-month speech before. But I'm very pleased to continue this discussion on this very important bill, what I think is a very important bill. In fact, since I spoke on this the first time, it's taken on a new meaning for me because I've had the member from Papineau come to my constituency. He's been at Auburn High School, and he's been able to engage with young people in my constituency about the importance of youth service and about his bill. And I can tell you that there's a great deal of excitement about that. And I want to thank Mike McKenzie and the other teachers at Auburn High School who arranged that visit, because we had originally planned to speak in front of one class, and then they called and said, could it be 2 classes? And then they said, could it be 3 classes? We ended up speaking to about 220 students. I think, in fact, Mr. Speaker, it was my sex appeal that drew those extra students to that meeting. But he is an excellent, leader, particularly when it comes to young people. And he has an issue here that has been very important to him and I think really strikes a chord with young Canadians. I think this galvanizes young Canadians, and I think that young Canadians are particularly interested in youth service. They're looking for some options, some ways to be involved in the community, and there are a whole host of benefits that come both for the young Canadians who might do it, but also for the community. There was a poll last year, in fact less than a year ago, by ECOS, which indicated that 80% of Canadians favored some kind of a national youth service strategy for Canada. In fact, I could quote from a comment from Jean-Guy Bigot, the Executive Director then for Katimavik, who said, a strong national youth service policy would produce visible evidence of our commitment to ensure that the vital segment of our population is included into the socio-economic life of our society. This is very important. You know, we have great potential. Other countries are doing this kind of thing. We know the gap year in the UK. We know that countries like Australia are doing that. Other European countries are doing this. And I think it's very important for Canada to engage in this. Why now? Well, I think it would increase dramatically the level of engagement of young Canadians into the political, the social, the many dynamics of our society where people say young people aren't as engaged. It's not my experience in my community. They are engaged. They need a reason to be involved in things like politics, but there's things they need to do first, which is to get involved in their community, and I think it also gives them a chance to have a look at Canada. We have got such a big country that most Canadians, by the time they get through high school, really haven't had a chance to see Canada. We should encourage that. We should encourage that they experience the linguistic diversity of this country, the cultural diversity of this country, the geographic diversity of this country. I think for my own self, I haven't had a chance to talk much with the member from Papineau about this, but I think there's a huge potential for a group of young Canadians whose potential we are not harnessing, and that is young people with disabilities. We have got so many kids, and I see them in my constituency, I'm sure other MPs see them in their constituencies, young Canadians who actually go to high school with their colleagues, and they're very much accepted and embraced by the high school students, feel very much a part of everything that happens in high school. They're involved in the social side of high school. And then they graduate, and they all celebrate together, and all of their friends go off to
university, a community college, or to a job, and many Canadians, young Canadians with disabilities, are left with nothing. I think there's a huge potential through this member's initiative. If we can get it in, if we can study it at committee, let's have a look at what other countries are doing. Let's have a look at what works and what doesn't work. Let's talk to young Canadians. Let's talk to NGOs. Let's talk to communities who would welcome the opportunity to have young people involved in building the infrastructure of their community, increasing the cultural awareness of what that they do. I think this is a very positive step. I think time has come in Canada. I want to applaud the member from Papineau. This is not a new initiative for him. He's worked on this for much of his relatively young life. He's brought this passion with him to this Parliament, and I think that it's an entirely worthy project that I hope all members in this House will support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the opportunity to comment on this motion, my colleague from Papineau has brought an interesting issue to public attention. As my honourable colleague is well aware, community service and engagement increases our skills and knowledge, whether it's learning to build houses for humanity or raising funds for a local charity. It builds social networks by introducing us to new people, strengthening our ties to our communities, while at the same time it strengthens our communities themselves. Our government firmly believes that the well-being of our society is a responsibility in which everyone shares. We recognize and respect the efforts of volunteers across our country who give so generously of their time and talents to enhance the quality of life of Canadians of all ages. According to the Canada Survey of Giving, Volunteering and Participating, volunteer rates are highest amongst youth, and the average number of hours volunteered is highest amongst seniors. Our society is aging, and the high number of volunteer hours provided by our country's seniors must gradually be taken up by the younger generations. It is obvious that, as a society, we need to harness the energy of our young people, as evidenced by their high volunteer rate, by encouraging them to volunteer more of their time. As members are aware, our government supports many youth programs that encourage our young people to use their talents in their communities, though, of course, the government is not the most important vehicle for volunteerism. For example, the Canada Summer Jobs Program provides many young people with summer work experiences in a not-for-profit and community organizations. The latest Canada Survey of Giving, Volunteering and Participating tells us that nearly 12 million Canadians, or more than a third of the country's population, volunteer their time to charitable and not-for-profit organizations. Their contributions add up to almost 2 billion hours, or the equivalent of 1 million full-time jobs in a year. These volunteers are helping their fellow Canadians in just about every facet of life, from teaching valuable and essential skills, including literacy and computer use, to coaching sports for children and youth. Volunteers are supporting the arts and culture in our communities. They are engaged in projects to protect our environment and in helping those less fortunate than themselves, and the list goes on and on. I want to emphasize that these millions of volunteers come from every age group in our society. There are some very interesting numbers available to us. Thanks to our Economic Action Plan, this program will receive additional 2-year targeted funding of $10 million per year to enable more employers to hire more summer students. Our plan also announced a one-time grant of $15 million to the YMCA and the YWCA to place youth internships in not-for-profit organizations with a focus on environmental projects. These measures will help young Canadians, providing them with both valuable work experience and earnings. We know that in a tough economy, it can be harder for many young people to find work opportunities. To improve these prospects, our government has also invested $20 million over 2 years in a targeted program to strengthen the student employment program in the federal public service. We are not only helping students and youth find opportunities during the summer, this government supports youth participation all year round. Across the country, countless opportunities are being offered to help young people gain valuable skills while helping their communities. For example, the youth employment program offered by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is preparing the next generation of workers in the fields of agriculture, agri-food, and veterinary medicine. Parks Canada Young Canada Works provides high school and post-secondary students with summer jobs in Canada's national parks and historic sites. Human Resources and Skills Development Canada's Career Focus program is designed to help post-secondary graduates prosper in a knowledge-based economy. It provides career-related work experience with Canadian employers. The goal is to help young people acquire hard job skills and become better leaders in their fields. Under Industry Canada's Community Access Program, young people are helping community organizations and small businesses get on the information highway. At the same time, young people are acquiring the computer skills needed to compete in a knowledge-based economy. And the Housing Internship Initiative for First Nations and Inuit Youth provides on-the-job training for First Nations and Inuit youth, paving the way to rewarding careers in the housing industry. This program is offered by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Our other federal departments also offer programs for youth services, including the Junior Rangers and the Valuable and Rewarding Cadets program of the Department of National Defence, programs that often inspire young Canadians to serve our country in the armed forces. Our government has also recognized the need to support volunteerism by young people by changing the Therese Chagrin Volunteer Award to include a youth category. So it's clear that we're doing our part to promote the spirit of community service and engagement among Canada's youth. Our government is already taking action to engage young Canadians in their country and their communities. And as all members know from experience, there is no shortage of good causes in need of good people to help out within our communities. In fact, I think that the diversity of youth service options supported by our government is a strength in itself, which encourages young Canadians to serve their communities in many different ways according to their tastes and skills. There is no question of the value or of the necessity of volunteering to our country, nor is there any doubt about the need to bring new blood into the ranks of Canada's volunteers. That is why our government is investing in a number of youth programs to encourage the participation of young Canadians in their communities. Our government recognizes the value of volunteering and serving in the community. It is an important reality that this government takes to heart. Canada has always enjoyed a strong volunteer spirit. Volunteers are on the front lines of many of our community services, helping the sick and the elderly, helping to fight against crime and violence, celebrating our culture, coaching minor sports, building new economic opportunities in our neighbourhoods, and the list is endless. Simply put, volunteers are Canada's great unsung heroes. Every day, volunteers are working quietly behind the scenes to make our lives better. For example, Mr. Speaker, back in my riding of Niagara West Glanbrook, I can think of Christine Kerr from Font Hill, who's been involved with a number of volunteer organizations helping to raise money and doing many things, and just back in 2006 was honoured with Governor General's Award of Caring Canadians, which I think goes a long way. I also think of Case Van Leeuwen in Grimsby, who passed away this past Sunday, who was very involved in the community, not only for volunteering his time, but his money as well, and I know that he is going to be greatly missed in our community of Grimsby. These constituents of mine are making a real difference in our communities, and I want to thank and commend them for all their efforts. I also want to recognize the selfless efforts made by countless other Canadians whose voluntary and charitable actions and contributions have assisted untold numbers of their fellow Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Please do débat.
New debate. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take part in the debate today to talk about Motion 299 that was tabled in the House by the member for Papineau. This motion seeks to put in place a national policy, a national volunteer service policy for young people. I want to explain that I will talk about volunteer service. In French, it's different, but in English it comes out to pretty much the same thing. So I want to speak today to talk about my concern with this, which really is a bit of an incursion into Quebec's jurisdiction, particularly with regard to the minister responsible for recreation and sports. Before I get into my position, and obviously that of my party's position, which I'm defending today, I want to spend a few minutes demonstrating that not only is this motion an intrusion in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, but also the means that are proposed to put in place such a national volunteer service policy for young people has nothing new, nothing innovative in it, and will not allow us to meet most of the objectives that such a policy seeks to achieve, and that there are other means that have already been put in place in Quebec, for example, in the academic and school systems. So, motion M299 says, and I quote, that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to consider the introduction in Canada of a national volunteer service policy for young people by analyzing existing programs. I think that it is quite normal, even wise, to have an analysis before putting in place such a government policy. But here we're talking about a program that already exists. The member for Papineau tells us himself, in fact, in the motion, that there are existing programs, so it already is proof of the fact that this is duplication. And if he had done a little bit more research before tabling the motion in the House, he would have noted already that throughout Canada, and mainly in Quebec, there are already policies and programs that meet the needs set out in the policy that he is trying to put in place, and this in M299. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue my reading of the motion, and I want to take the time to quote this motion. And the motion goes on to say, "And using the work done by the voluntary sector initiative in 2003, we have to understand here, Mr. Speaker, that during the work done by the voluntary sector initiative, Quebec already was negotiating with organizations in order to develop a policy to recognize and support the community sector. So this policy of recognition has the same objectives as there are set out here in the VSI, the Voluntary Sector Initiative. A number of stakeholders were not available to speak with representatives of the VSI because they were speaking with Quebec, and Quebec wasn't even invited to talk about the development of this policy because it was already in discussions with organizations. So you'll understand that the motion is based, or rather wants to base itself on a study that took place where the main stakeholders from Quebec and the government of Quebec were not even involved in this consultation. So it's quite clear that the policy set out with regard to the VSI was based on a model, an English-Canadian model, and the majority of the work done also took place in English, and Quebec was excluded from that initiative. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have difficulty understanding how the member for Papineau thinks that he's going to get such a motion adopted in the House when his motion is based in large part on work that was done more than 6 years ago, in which Quebec was excluded and was based on a Canadian model, an English-speaking Canadian model. It's all the more surprising because this is a member from Quebec who is moving this motion. In closing, with regard to the actions set out in motion M299, I will have to say that I know that there's very little time left for me and I want to talk about other things, but in fact, perhaps it would be interesting to conclude with the end of the sentence set out in this motion, and I want to quote, by holding public hearings and by presenting a report to the House no later than October 2009 that would contain, among other things, a review of similar policies in the rest of the world and a summary of the evidence heard. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am already overwhelmed by the administrative burden imposed by this motion, and this no later than October 2009. I will have to stop here with regard to the explanation of these measures, but I have other points that I would like to add in talking about my opposition to this motion. My speech is clear, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the interference in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. The policy proposed in M299 is based in part on the Katimavik program, a program which is provided to young people from the ages of 17 to 21 years of age, and they are allowed to or experience different things through volunteer work. What Katimavik wants and what is proposed in M299 with this national voluntary service program for young people is to demonstrate Canada's commitment to voluntary service for young people, as well as the importance of having people take part in their communities, in our society.
So, Mr. Speaker, the principle of integrating young people into society and helping charitable organization is very praiseworthy, and I agree with it. But that is exactly what the government of Quebec did in 2006 by creating the Action Jeunesse program in Quebec. So you can see that Quebec's strategy involved 1,200 young people and 76 communities, whether they are minority communities such as the Anglophone and Aboriginal communities or others. So Quebec has come up with its own strategy to help youth. It is not a perfect strategy, but it is only 3 years old, and it will certainly be improved as time goes along. There are a number of aspects to the program in Quebec which promotes the skill development of young people, helps them integrate into society, increases the visibility of youth in the world. Mr. Speaker, the wheel was invented some 3,500 years before our time, before Christ, and so I don't think we need to reinvent it. We already have a policy to help youth in this area in Quebec, and therefore we do not see what M299 will bring. This is also an intrusion into provincial jurisdiction in Quebec, and it is in fact pointless, especially in Quebec, as I have already said, because we already have our own policy in this area. Worse, Mr. Speaker, this policy also intrudes into education. Katimavik provides ongoing skills development in 5 areas, including language, leadership, and other areas. The new education program under the Ministry of Youth and Sports in Quebec has the very same objectives as Katimavik, and I will give you a list of some of the objectives on page 24 of the new policy for the program in Quebec. We see that it aims at developing key aspects, key skills, and leadership is one of them, which is exactly the same as for the program proposed under M299. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is a flagrant intrusion into Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. It is a completely pointless idea, and therefore I will certainly not support it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak on this motion here today. I want to begin by congratulating my colleagues, the member from Papineau, for the work that he's done on this in this field, and certainly for bringing forward a real emphasis and a focus on young people, something that unfortunately is sadly missed in this House, and much to the great loss of Canada as a whole. As many of us would argue that to not discuss some of the issues that young people face in our country is to do a disservice to the population that we represent. So this is a very, we see, of course, in our party as a positive initiative, And certainly the focus on a national voluntary service policy is seen as something that is positive, and something that could certainly contribute to not only recognizing the work that's already being done, but also strengthening the volunteer sector and strengthening the kind of work that young people do or are interested in doing in making their communities, their regions, and ultimately Canada a better place. We're also happy that, or glad to hear that the amendment was also well considered, the amendment made by my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie with respect to the timing of this, to allow the Human Resources Committee to engage in the important work that it is with regards to poverty, which is a very serious issue that while Canada faces, certainly this House and certainly this current government has been extremely negligent in dealing with. So in terms of the National Voluntary Service, we feel that, of course, it's extremely important to examine the kind of organization we have right now, the kind of programming we have right now. And especially what is important about this motion, and what is definitely necessary, is to engage in consultations and the opportunity to hear from people that are in the field, that are on the ground, from young people in this area, or people that are at the helm of so many of these organizations, what exactly these needs are, what exactly they see as the way to move forward. Because any program that we come up with in this House, unless it has proper consultation, could either be seen as ineffective and in many ways could prevent or stand in the way from some of the good work that people on the ground would like to engage in. I'd like to begin by highlighting some of the exciting volunteer work that already takes place in the riding that I represent in northern Manitoba. I'm proud to represent one of the youngest regions in Canada. The median age is 26, and meaning that there are many young leaders all across the region I represent, whether it's on our school boards, in our city councils, running in all sorts of elected positions on committees, and heading in their own way, performing roles of leadership, heading organizations, community groups, and starting important campaigns. I'd like to particularly highlight some of the important work that some young leaders are engaging in communities that usually don't get the recognition that they deserve. Just some time ago, we heard about some glaring statistics about suicide on First Nations in northern Canada. And I am, while this reality is a stark reality that all of us should be dealing with, and certainly this government should be dealing with, it inspires me that so many young people in communities that have been inflicted with such pain are actually taking leadership to engage with young people and look at proactive solutions in dealing with the needs for recreation, the needs for counseling, the needs for general support for young people so that they don't have to face such difficult situations. Some of these leaders include Saul Harper, Bobby Monias, Frankie Manuakizik, Alison McDougall, Darcy Linklater, and the list goes on. More recently, I had the chance to work with exciting young people in saving a campaign that we felt very strongly about in saving our CBC station, something that we're very proud to say was successful. And despite the economic difficulties that CBC is facing, they listened to our community and recognized that it's important. And what was very exciting was the way in which young people that have grown up on such an important institution came out, donated their time, and said that we're going to show the outside world what CBC means to our community, and they took a leadership role in doing that. I'd like to highlight the important work of young people in our Friendship Center community, the Mamaweetuck Friendship Center in Thompson, the Club 53 in the PA, and the Flim Flon Friendship Center, where young people, including Amy Jackson, are playing a leadership role in making sure that there are opportunities for young people to get together after school and engage in positive activity rather than looking elsewhere for support. Something that we need to be supporting as an institution, as a parliament, but certainly something that the government needs to recognize is the serious need to fund recreation and and opportunities for young people to come together in positive and healthy ways. I'd like to recognize the important work being done by the Boys and Girls Club in Thompson and the countless hours that volunteers year after year put into maintaining such an important group for young people that are often disenfranchised and on the margins of the community. I'd like to highlight the work done by the Island Lake Youth Council, young people that set out to march from their isolated communities that have no roads except for 2 or 3 months a year, to Winnipeg, bringing forward the message, the need for attention for the issues that they as young people are facing. I'd also like to highlight the important work being done in our sports community by young people, whether it's hockey, swimming, skating, soccer, and this general sports community that for us in northern Manitoba and certainly in northern Canada, it's so important given our smaller communities, in many ways our lack of access to recreational opportunities, and the need to make sure that we come together to promote healthier lifestyles and to bring the community, together and in that way strengthen community. So there are so many examples of the exciting work that young people are doing. Only yesterday I had the honor of attending the Millennium Scholarship Dinner, surrounded by so many bright young people with so much promise, young people that in many ways were given these scholarships because of their volunteer work, because of their commitment to their communities. And this is a fantastic example of recognition of that volunteerism. And it's very sad to note that the Millennium Scholarship Program is one of the ones being cut by the Conservative government. So in many ways, it's so important that we look out and we look at all of our regions to learn about the exciting work that young people are doing, to be inspired by that work, and to see as to how we can support that kind of work. It is important to make some notes, I believe, on the issue of the public hearings, because really there is no sense of going out and engaging in a process if it isn't thorough, if it doesn't recognize the diversity of our nation. And I'd like to spend a moment talking a bit about that need to look out for that diversity. I'm proud to and honored to be able to participate in the Status of Women Committee on in this House, and it's been a very interesting exposure to the way in which issues of gender are so sorely missed by so many of our policies, and in many ways, and obviously to the detriment of achieving gender equality in our country. So certainly ensuring that those public hearings are noticing or are looking out for issues of or the experiences of gender, and looking out, for example, in perhaps that women and perhaps engage in volunteering in certain sectors rather than others, and making sure that we're recognizing that. I know certainly women who, in many ways, their volunteerism would be seen in terms of childcare, for example. Certainly regional issues. I mean, we're an area of Canada that, as I noted, has a great deal of volunteerism, but is difficult to get to. I'd like to hear that this consultation will happen in northern Canada, in rural Canada as well, where the voices of young people are often not heard, and certainly need to be acknowledged as part of these hearings. So certainly there's a number of things that ought to be recognized, as well as a number of issues that young people face on a daily basis in a country like ours, whether it's student debt, high unemployment, rates of poverty, discrimination, lack of affordable housing, the list goes on, lack of affordable childcare. So I would hope that not only do we look out for important initiatives such as this one, but that we keep going to make sure that there are concrete measures, bills, legislation that support our young people, and that it's not we just don't pay lip service to them. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak in support of a worthy initiative that will be of significant benefit to young people across Canada and also for volunteer programs throughout the country. I applaud the member from Papineau for this initiative, and recall the fact that it was his late father, Pierre Trudeau, who so inspired me to enter politics and to be more active in my community. I have seen firsthand the great work of committed individuals in my own riding. Groups of selfless people coming together to work towards a common goal. A goal that is not of personal or economic benefit, but simply that of improving living conditions for others within the community and across Canada. The motion we are debating today proposes the fostering of enduring principles, intelligent planning, and stable assistance for the generations of young people who are the country's future. Mr. Speaker, this motion will not only recognize the significant and accomplishment of volunteer organization, but also provide the necessary tools and resources to better equip them so that they may enjoy continued success. It will improve transparency and communication between non-for-profit groups across the country, and in this way allow for a dialogue to a better identity that is effective and what is not. By supporting measures to assist these programs, we support a vision of Canada's future where communities, rather than the solitary individual, are the focus. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that strong communities must definitely mean a strong Canada. Facing the difficulties of economic downturn, we must necessarily address the important issues of the moment. Issues such as economic stimulus and municipal infrastructure, but we must not neglect our preparation for the future. Canada leads lasting and enduring policies, policies which strengthen communities and the country as a whole. Such initiatives lend its assistance not only to during the hardships of the moment, but for the unforeseen challenges which we cannot yet predict. Challenging times are the greatest opportunity for the creation of enduring, meaningful policies. Many of Canada's greatest initiatives, such as the National Pension Plan, the National Railway and Universal Health Care, were in response to times of great adversity. Today, Canada is not facing war or natural disaster, but financial insecurity and job losses. How will we respond to these difficulties? We will use this hardship to unite our country with a great national vision. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague's motion asks for great things from Canadian young people. However, it also offers great things as well. This is a fully voluntary program of action. It invites young peoples across Canada to seek opportunities to help build better communities and a better country, and in return, we are called upon to provide needed resources. The central tenets of this motion are the central tenets of what it means to be a Canadian: unity of purpose, community, and generosity. These are the attributes of which Canadians are known the world over. It is this kinship, this compassionate regard for our neighbours that has contributed so greatly to Canada's success. I am reminded of the words of former Prime Minister William Lloyd Mackenzie King. Recognize that without the vision of brotherhood, the Canadian nation could never have come into being. The unity of Canada is vital to the continued existence of Canada. Today, we have the opportunity for further strengthening this vision of Canadian solidarity by building a bridge from one to many, from the individual to the collective, and from the local to the national. In a globalizing world, in a constantly changing universe, today's young people feel disconnected from a world that seems to think that there is a minimum age for social contribution. We must combat feelings of estrangement in young people and endorse a message that social contribution is possible at any age by providing them with the tools to do so. Today's young people must stop being told they are leaders of tomorrow and realize that they can be leaders here and now. They can be engaged and active in their community. Rather than building their time in a society of adults, as parliamentarians, it is to us that the task of sending this message is given. Historically, there has been little effort to understand youth disengagement, seen as existential crisis that only maturity can solve. But really it is considered that perhaps it is not disinterest, but frustration that motivates this engagement. Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue of which we would stand still. We need to extend greater attention to these pressing issues and assist our young people forward and support them in their development as citizens of this great country. I ask each member in this House to reflect on the immense power of engaged youth, but also on their development into engaged and compassionate adults. This is not an issue restricted to the legislature, but an opportunity to recognize a worthy goal and to commit all levels of government in an open dialogue to promote it. It is said that before we can run, we must learn to walk. However, before we can walk, we must see someone else's walk. Similarly, we must recognize that the intrinsic benefits of volunteering are not always innate, and this way we must consider what models exist to demonstrate a positive example of volunteerism as well as its importance to our country. There is, after all, no short or long-term benefit to shortchanging today's young people. They are indeed Canada's future. This motion, however, does more than provide opportunities for young people, certainly a noble goal in itself. It also responds to the needs of communities with no means of presenting volunteer opportunities for young people who have the infrastructure to do so, as well as communities which currently have such means which have more tools to meet their goals more effectively. Canada's celebrated diversity brings with it the need for a flexible framework, and it would be a mistake to believe that this volunteer infrastructure seeks to regiment existing volunteers' efforts. The spectrum of needs for a given community is as diverse as the number of communities themselves. Rural communities differ from urban communities, just as the needs of small towns differ from those of suburbs. And with these differences come demands for a wide variety of projects. This motion presents the framework capable of answering these demands within a system of disclosure, a democratic and thoughtful system, and one committed to researching the best solutions on a topic that has dramatic potential to re-engage our youth, enrich our communities, and foster strong principles of partnership amongst our citizens. The question that this motion addresses is not how we can get more Canadians to volunteer, though it is certainly a desirable and predictable effect of this motion, but to answer how do we get those who want to volunteer the means to do so, and certainly to answer how can we volunteer better. Mr. Speaker, I am the first to admit that these questions are challenging in our world of so many distractions, but I am not willing to step aside and allow them to be neglected. Difficult questions must be met with intelligent discussions, with review of existing programs around the world, with multilateral government cooperation. In a world, Mr. Speaker, difficult questions should be met with democracy, and exactly this that is my honourable colleague from Papineau proposes. In the words of the great German philosopher Immanuel Kant, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. While the future may seem uncertain, we have today the opportunity to invent it, and in this way support a Canada that emphasizes community, that emphasizes selflessness, and that emphasizes more fully Canada's young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Are you pleased to debate?
Resuming debate.
There being no further members rising to speak, we'll go to the Honourable Member for Papineau for his 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first recognize and thank the member from Davenport, the member from Dartmouth Cold Harbour, members from Churchill, and the member from St. John's who spoke very eloquently about my initiative. I'd also like to recognize the members from the government side of the House who spoke very eloquently and passionately about the importance of volunteerism, the importance of service, and the importance of young people. De pouvoir être ici.
Just being able to be here is a great honor, and to be able to tell the people of the riding of Papineau that we've already succeeded in doing something important. For 2 hours in this House, we've talked about young people. We've talked about the future, about volunteering, and about the future of people in their communities and in their society. whatever the result of the vote, for 2 hours, youth will have been emphasized, validated, encouraged, and this is already a victory for the people of Papineau, for the people of this country, and this thanks to the confidence the people of the riding of Papineau have had in me. But what I recommend is that a study of a policy be sent to committee. I'm not talking about any kind of interference, but simply the idea of studying a policy that would have us in this Parliament create the ability to engage our young people, involve them in building the country. I think that this would be an answer to the great problems of the future. We're in a world, we're facing so many challenges and changes with respect to the environment, the economy, justice, the most vulnerable. What we need is a new way of thinking.
Said that the problems we have created for ourselves cannot be solved at the level of thinking that created them. And if we are to bring in to this house, to this country, to this world, a fresh level of thinking, it must be through our young people. It must be in our capacity to give to our young people the chance to express themselves, not just through their voices, but through their actions, day in and day out, of shaping this world to be better, stronger, fairer, more responsible towards the long term. Our capacity to do that depends on the kind of vision that drives us here in this house. And the one thing that will happen when we get more young people involved in their communities, connected to their world, and engaged and interested in what politics has to offer them, is we begin to shift in our thinking towards being more responsible to the kinds of things they're worried about, which are all the big picture, long-term issues. We shift away from the fight over what is urgent and what is immediate and start involving and encouraging talking about what is important and what is long-term about the country we are trying to build. I was asked after the first hour of debate by a member opposite, was I not trying to generate something that we were giving to young people? Was it about turning President Kennedy's expression on its head and actually trying to get government to do for youth what we could? But the problem is youth are asking what they can do for their country every day. Every year, tens of thousands of young people ask what they can do for their country. And every year, we in this house have an inadequate response because we're not giving them the opportunities to do what it is they want to do, which is serve, which is build, which is create the Canada that we need for our children, we need for their children. The kinds of thinking that we need to bring forward will happen only when we have young people committed, engaged, involved, powerful citizens and agents of change shaping their world. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. Savage, moved that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to consider the introduction in Canada of a national voluntary service policy for young people by analyzing existing programs and using the work done by the Voluntary Sector Initiative in 2003 as its point of departure by holding public hearings and by presenting a report to the House no later than October 2009 that would contain, among other things, a review of similar policies in the rest of the world and a summary of the evidence heard. Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by replacing the words October 2009 with the words November 16, 2009. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
On division?
No.
Avec diffidence? Avec dissidence?
On division? On division.
The motion carried on division. Oh, sorry, the amendment carried on division. The next question is on the main motion as amended. La question est la suivante.
The question is as followed. Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. Savage, moves that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to consider the introduction in Canada of a national voluntary service policy for young people by analysing existing programs and using the work done by the Voluntary Sector Initiative in 2003 as its point of departure by holding public hearings and by presenting a report to the House no later than October 2009 that would contain, among other things, a review of similar policies in the rest of the world and a summary of the evidence heard.
House to adopt the motion as amended. No! No. All those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 3rd, 2009, at the beginning of private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, it's in sorrow that I address the House this evening in terms of the lost 22 lives in the listeriosis outbreak of last year and the need for a straightforward public health inquiry into the response to the outbreak from all of the government agencies. Only with honest and open answers on the failures during that crisis can we be better prepared for the possibility of another outbreak in our food system. What were the communication failures between different agencies and various levels of government? Why was no mandatory food recall issued immediately by the CFIA itself? We need candid responses to these questions, and we cannot allow ideology and politics to ever affect our response to a crisis as the Harper government did. The safety of the... Sorry.
Use names or... writing names or titles.
As happened last summer. The safety of the Canadian people must be given the highest consideration in our decision-making process, and unfortunately, the idea that a looming election or possible election interfered with straightforward communications to the people of Canada raises very, very serious questions in terms of what the public deserved and needed to know at that time. We need much greater coordination between our food safety bodies, and it's very concerning to us that today in the subcommittee on food safety that we realized that, of course, Ontario came forward with only one report. Still at this time, Canada has 3 separate reports, one from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, one from the Public Health Agency of Canada, one from Health Canada. In terms of the reports themselves conflict with one another, and now we have an inquiry set up by the Prime Minister, but reporting directly to the minister that seems to have been implicated in this shoddy response. President Obama has tasked his Secretary of Health and Secretary of Agriculture with reviewing every federal law that has to do with food safety. In a time when such comprehensive efforts are being undertaken across the border, what is preventing us from taking an extensive look at our own food safety framework? Since we import a great deal of foodstuffs from the United States, we also must put much more effort into the harmonization of regulations. Working together with American food safety officials can only make it stronger. It is very concerning to those of us on the subcommittee, the questions that have been raised already. We have only begun our work, and already it seems that the government of the day is interfering with that very important work. We had asked that there be at least 6 hours twice a day from the beginning of April 20th until this time. I am sorry to report to this House that at this time, out of a possible 54 hours that this committee should have met, we have only met 27 times. Extraordinarily important ministers like Minister Clement, Minister Gluckar have not appeared at our
I just have to stop the honourable member there again because it's the second time, but titles are right.
The Minister of Health and the former Minister of Health have not yet appeared before the committee, and the committee just doesn't seem to be able to get through the padding of panels by witnesses not requested by the opposition and the ability to just drag this out. We were very concerned at the testimony of Lynn Wilcock from BC CDC, who talked about during routine food calls that CFIA is very collaborative and demonstrates a working relationship, but during an outbreak it failed to share information openly and freely.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie de me donner...
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about what our government is doing to preserve the safety of food.
The Subcommittee on Food Safety is going very well. We are working in cooperation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the committee is responsible for its own operations. This is the first that I've heard of complaints regarding how often that the committee is meeting. We are the ones, Mr. Speaker, that offered to extend committee meetings, and we have done so. We have called in front of witnesses. It was interesting to hear my colleague's comment, Mr. Speaker. She only wants opposition witnesses invited. There are other witnesses other than opposition witnesses. We feel that this subcommittee needs to hear from all Canadians, not just from those that the opposition would wish to hear. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to keeping the food we eat safe and making sure Canadians and consumers around the world have confidence in the products our farmers grow and in the food on our grocery store shelves. We are reinvesting in food safety after the Liberal spending cuts in the 90s. Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, food safety funding was cut in 1994. It was cut again in 1995. And if that wasn't bad enough, Mr. Speaker, they cut it again in 2005. Under our government, Mr. Speaker, the CFIA budget has only increased, and CFIA has more resources available to them than they've ever had before. And food safety funding, which was cut by that previous Liberal government, has been increased now by $113 million. Regarding listeriosis, we look forward to seeing the report from the independent investigator appointed by the Prime Minister. We want to improve on food safety where we can. We have already begun implementing changes to make our food safety system stronger. Immediately following the 2008 listeriosis outbreak, the CFIA acted to assess and improve industry practices for the sanitation of equipment used to manufacture ready-to-eat meat and introduced new procedures for sanitation of plant areas where ready-to-eat meats are processed. The CFIA has introduced new inspection procedures to make sure that all company microbiological results for listeria are reviewed by inspectors on a daily basis, and any corrective actions are taken by the company if positive results are found. This is part of our Compliance Verification System, or CVS. Now, some, including the Liberals, have criticized this system. But Bob Kingston, the president of the Agricultural Union, which represents inspectors, told the following to the Food Safety Committee, and this is a quote, Mr. Speaker. I also want to make clear the compliance verification system as a system, we don't fault it. Having a checklist scheduled approach to verifying that the people you're regulating are doing what they say they are doing, we cannot see that as a bad thing. Mr. Speaker, the CFIA also took a review of its directives regarding the control of listeria in ready-to-eat meat production, and this review resulted in new directives which were published on February 27, 2009. The new directives require that industry implement environmental testing of food contact surfaces to complement the end product tests they now conduct. And the CFIA has also increased the frequency of its own verification testing of finished product and complemented this with verification testing of food contact services. Now, when asked if it was a mistake to eliminate environmental testing, which the Liberals did, and whether that testing could have prevented the outbreak, CFIA Inspector Supervisor from the affected Maple Leaf plant, Mr. Don Irons, told the Food Safety Subcommittee, we could have possibly. Monsieur le Président, la salubrité...
Mr. Speaker, food safety is the greatest priority of the Canada Food Inspection Agency. And now standards are more rigorous than ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the history lesson. I feel obligated to ask the member to look forward. When the public health officer, the chief public health officer for Ontario, says that the lack of coordination contributed to public confusion, created the impression that the outbreak was not being well managed, which affected public trust and confidence in the public health system, this government needs to do better. It was clear that Canada has not yet implemented, the Chief Public Health Officer goes on, a national outbreak management strategy that incorporates all federal agencies and ensures coordination with provincial ministers. We need to have the foodborne illness outbreak response framework redone. Canada must remain a leader for food safety in the global realm, and we can only accomplish this with more transparency and a more comprehensive framework for our regulatory system. I call upon the government to do this now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We indeed are moving forward. That's what I pointed out in my earlier remarks, and we continue to move forward. There are 3 lesson learned documents that have been presented to the public. We are reviewing these. We, too, want to improve the system. The CFIA is committed to continuous improvement in the meat inspection system and implements necessary adjustments as warranted by science and best practices. The CFIA had taken action previously regarding enhanced requirements for sanitation of slicing equipment and its oversight of sanitation and equipment maintenance. L'Agence s'emploie également à réaliser.
The agency also wants to have a full analysis of the dangers with regard to food safety, and this in all prepared foods and prepared meats plants. We need to ensure food safety in Canada.
I will point out once again that the Liberals cut funding for food safety. We have increased funding for food safety.
The Honourable Deputy de Saint-Bruno.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here this evening to get a logical answer to the question I asked on February 25th. The question that I asked concerned from Belgium. No less than 23 arts promoters from 17 countries have written to the Prime Minister asking that his government reinstate assistance programs that allow Quebec and Canadian artists to tour abroad. The Prime Minister has not even bothered to acknowledge receipt of the letters. And I asked the Prime Minister to respond to the arguments of these international promoters who are confirming how effective these programs are and re-establish the funding for those programs. And the last time that I took part in a tournament debate in the House, it was yesterday evening with the Parliamentary Secretary, and he responded to me that it was like Groundhog Day. And he's completely right. He's fully right. It was like Groundhog Day. And I would encourage him to see the film again, because the way that the day changes, the same day is never exactly the same. And he needs to change his attitude and his answer, his arguments, and to come up with the right argument. In other words, artists and cultural organizations in Quebec absolutely need programs, the programs that were cut, such as Trade Routes and ProMart. The Parliamentary Secretary, like the Minister, always comes back with the same arguments. So I would like to ask him to find another response, because I don't want it to be Groundhog Day again in the House this evening. He says, the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Official Language says this budget provides $22 million in funding this year to help our artists on the international stage. Mr. Speaker, it's not even close to the truth. There isn't $22 million to help our artists on the international stage. I did the exercise with cultural organizations. I did the exercise with specialist experts, and we looked at it program by program, and there isn't $22 million. Another thing, if there really was everything that we needed to help artists on the international stage, how is it that the Grand Ballet Canadien are once again required to put up with a shortfall in their budget, $150 million that they need to travel in the Middle East? This money isn't there, and this is creating a lot of problems for Canadian groups that don't have enough money, including this one that doesn't have enough money to go on its trip. And year after year, in government after government, including the Liberal government, these groups got money to pay for their transportation, the transportation and shipping of their costumes, but now they don't have this money because the government has created a huge gap in the funding. There isn't enough money to export cultural products on the international stage. So obviously they talk to us about the stimulus package, the bloc's saying that there isn't enough. There's all these one-time aid packages that aren't sufficient to address this problem. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour once again to be here in your presence and to respond to these questions. But I did last night refer to the movie Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker. That's, of course, when every day Bill Murray wakes up and it's the same day again. Same song on the radio, same song, Mr. Speaker. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Every day it's the same thing from the Bloc Québécois, despite the fact that they know what the truth is on these issues. And, you know, I'm going to speak a little bit on touring and promotion, and then I'm going to come back to Le Grand Ballet, as referred to by the honourable member. With respect to international promotion, I'd say my department's ongoing investment has involved since 2007 and 2008 over $22 million to support Canadian culture abroad through its portfolio agencies and delivery partners such as the Canada Council for the Arts, Telefilm Canada, the Association for the Export of Canadian Books, the National Film Board, and Factor Music Action. Mr. Speaker, she also referred to the strategic review in the department. The member knows full well that the overall spending in the department has increased and increased substantially. The member knows full well that the strategic review only affected the tiniest portion of the overall budget of $2.31 billion that flows into the Canadian Heritage portfolio. But, once again, it's Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker. It's déjà vu all over again. We're back with the same questions once again. The reason why I have to keep giving the same answers is because the member keeps asking the same questions. I'd love to give different answers. I'd love for this to be more inspiring for the people at home, Mr. Speaker, but when I've only got this to work with, I have to go with what I've got. Now, with respect to the Grand Ballet, I did give an answer to this question in the House today. The member mentioned how they had to raise some money to go overseas. Well, Mr. Speaker, lots of groups have to raise money if they want to travel overseas. But what this and I'm very, very happy that the Grand Ballet is going. That's fantastic news. But this government has provided substantial support to Le Grand Ballet. For example, I pointed out today in the House, in 2004, 2005, from the Endowment Fund, now that is a fund that the government partners with arts groups on, from the Endowment Fund, Le Grand Ballet in 2004 and 2005 received $510,000. This year, from this government, this Conservative government, Le Grand Ballet will receive almost $1.5 million. That's 3 times as much money in government support just from the Endowment Fund. But that's not all. That's not all. From the Canada Council for the Arts, they're also receiving an additional $1.2 million. That's $2.7 million. And with respect to touring, they also received a further $20,000 from the Canada Council for the Arts strictly for touring. It's Groundhog Day again, Mr. Speaker. I'll be back with the same question. I'll be back giving the same answer. The reality is this government is the most supportive government in Canada's history when it comes to Canada's culture and arts promotion and arts in general. The member knows this full well, but what she doesn't stand up and say is how the Bloc stimulus plan doesn't have a thing, not a thing on the arts in it at all. Lucky for artists in this country that when this government came forward with an economic action plan, we made sure the arts got a big piece of that economic stimulus package. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, it's really Groundhog Day, and it will be for a long time, because I think that in the same debate we're having the Groundhog Day occur. I think that it was clear that cultural affairs and money for artists could not be in the budget, the Bloc Québécois plan, because the measures that are in there are one-time measures. So what artists need is long-term measures There were two programs, Trade Routes and ProMart, which were two programs that helped artists. Well, often these artists are losing the funding they need. I talked about the Grand Ballet, but there are other theatre companies, for example, that lost funding, and they need those programs. Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the two programs just cited, one of which is under the Department of Foreign Affairs and not in the Department of Canadian Heritage, were total worth about $11 million. The Grand Ballet is receiving and that was for all artists right across the country. The Grand Ballet on their own is receiving $2.7 million from this government. Record funding from the endowment, Mr. Speaker. That's what this government is doing. We're standing behind artists. We're helping them. We're promoting the arts. We're providing the stability that they need. But the Bloc, now, the member can sidestep it and say, well, we wanted to put the arts in, but we just couldn't find a spot for them in a document half an inch thick. That doesn't cut it, Mr. Speaker. When it comes down to it, the Bloc omitted the arts and culture from their stimulus package. Our government didn't. It's Groundhog Day, it's deja vu, and I'll be back with the same answer again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.